Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from across every time zone, across this wide planet of ours. Coming to you here from rugged Atlantic Canada. It is Toast to Toast AM with me, Paul, and my every time co-host. How you doing,
Hello,
Dave?
Internet. Hello, Paul.
Hello! And we want to thank
Man,
everyone for coming with us on this. It's a slightly different time than normal. Just want to thank
yeah,
you for adjusting with us. But, you know, toast, it's fun, so good.
you gotta can in this life, Paul. It doesn't happen you do it whatever day.
And, Dave, speaking of celebration and joy, sometimes we forget to start off with a toast.
Here's
Let's,
a here's a toast to small joys, friend, and find them where you can.
to small joys, it's been a rough day for both of us, so here we go.
Oh, we went at it. What are you
Ooh,
drinking tonight, Paul?
well, I was feeling tequila-ish.
Oh, well, there we go. So you went right at it.
I
I
went
am
right
I
at
am on the
it.
other end. I have a lovely 15-year-old sherry
Mm.
cask aged.
Well, I was feeling tequila-ish.
Oh, well, there we go. So you went right at it.
I
I
went
am
right
I
at
am on the
it.
other end. I have a lovely 15-year-old sherry
Mm.
cask aged Bowmore Scotch whiskey, one of my favorites. Um, so tonight I am a classy bitch.
Well, I am good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from across every time zone, across this wide planet of ours. Coming to you here from rugged Atlantic Canada. It is Toast to Toast AM with me, Paul, and my every time co-host. How you doing,
Hello,
Dave?
Internet. Hello, Paul.
Hello! And we want to thank
Man,
everyone for coming with us on this. It's a slightly different time than normal. Just want to thank
yeah,
you for adjusting with us. But, you know, whenever we do Toast to Toast, it's fun, so that's all good.
exactly. You gotta find joy where you can in this life, Paul. If
Exactly.
it doesn't happen on the Friday, you do it whatever day you can, right?
And speaking of, Dave, speaking of celebration and joy, sometimes we forget to start off with a toast.
Here's
Let's
a here's a toast to small joys, friend, and find them where you can.
To small joys, it's been a rough day for both of us, so here we go.
Oh, we went at it. What are you
Ooh,
drinking tonight, Paul?
well, I was feeling tequila-ish.
Oh, well, there we go. So you went right at it.
I
I
went
am
right
I
at
am on the
it.
other end. I have a lovely 15-year-old sherry
Mm.
cask aged Bowmore Scotch whiskey, one of my favorites. Um, so tonight I am a classy bitch.
Well, I am instantly regretting my tequila-ish feel, and I'm happy now for my. Oh, I have the wrong
It's you.
tumbler.
That's okay. I totally forgot to even get it. I'm drinking. Well, I mean, this is actual crystal,
This
so
is
it's. I'm
fair
not.
enough. I'm gonna just drink from the other side now.
The toast to toast glass is
Mm-hmm.
without question the highest quality piece of glassware that I own, and
Exactly.
I would proudly put that in my mouth any day of the night of the week. But on this particular day, I am drinking this fine aged whiskey out of this crystal glass that I got many years
Very
ago as a kid.
good. Very good. So I
Mhm.
know we like to, as everyone knows, we wish that we could do this completely ad
Yeah.
free, completely, without any commercialization, as it were, that it would just be the joy of Art Bell that we love to celebrate whenever we can.
Yep.
But in order to, you know, we got we have various expenses and bills.
I
We
mean,
have
we live in the world, right? There's groceries to buy, mortgages to pay. There's power we gotta pay the bills, right?
exactly the internet company doesn't send the bits for free.
Mm-mm. No, sir, they
So
don't.
so as people know, we try to get to alleviate this, we try to get the best quality sponsors we can for the show.
Yes.
We have the classiest show, and also we do super chats, and we want to thank those of you who often send in super chats and have, if there's super chats throughout the show, we will read them. Eventually, we don't always get to them right away. We'll get to them when we can, but
We try
but
to. Yeah.
but that said, we appreciate those sending them in. That's great.
Yep.
But we sponsors, we get the classiest, we get the best, we get the kind of thing that our
Yeah,
audience not only uses already, but or aspires to, hopefully.
Yeah, and it's like, like full disclosure, we are an ad supported show. We have sponsors, but we do we won't take just anybody's money,
No.
right? Like we do vet, we do have standards, and it's like we're we have bills to pay, but we also have consciences, right? So we want to be able to ethically and morally stand behind whatever products we advertise on this show, and I think so far we have achieved that standard.
I agree. But so with that said, do we have a sponsor for tonight, Dave?
We do, Paul, and it's wonderful that you brought it up, because this particular sponsor I am incredibly excited about. Paul, it's been a bit of a trying week here in Toast to Toastopia. We've both had our issues and our stresses we're dealing with, but this sponsor this week is really going to help turn that around. And sponsors like this, Paul, and the deal that I managed to put together are the reason that I get up and do this in the morning. It's the goal that motivates me to do even the half-assed job that I do on this horse and pony excuse for a 2-bit show. We have a truly fantastic sponsor this week who brings so much to the table, Paul. They almost sell themselves. And not literally, of course, or we'd be out looking for jobs. No, but the numerous benefits this week's sponsors brings to both your mental and physical health are so clear and abundant that I have no doubt every watcher of Toast to Toast will be pausing the stream and rushing off to place their orders as soon as this ad is finished. Now, firstly, don't do that. You don't want to miss a single live second of the only stream on all of YouTube, and supplies of this product are definitely not running out, so you've got time. Secondly, Toast to Toast watchers, I am here to tell you tonight about small random objects. Small random objects are the perfect tool for nearly any situation. If it doesn't need a power tool, you can get it done with a small random object. They're affordable, they're comfortable, they're stylish, and they can be easily stored across the top of any flat surface you happen to have in your home. But don't take my word for it. I received a starter pack earlier this week from Small Random Objects, and I've got some right here that I can show you. Look, I've got a HDMI to mini HDMI adapter. Never know when that's going to come in handy. I have a genuine piece of dinosaur bone that was obtained through less than legal means from a dig site. I have a tiny one-up mushroom from the Mario franchise. I have, that's right, some Vim Power and Shine bathroom cleaner right there. Very handy. We've got a tiny Phillips screwdriver. Paul, I mean, I can think of 30 uses for this off the top of my head right here. Anybody who can't see the tremendous value inherent in this assorted collection of random bullcrap clearly either has a profound lack of imagination and possibly a deep-seated self-loathing. Such people are to be pitied, Paul, but never emulated. So don't wait another day. Get some small random objects and decorate your tables and countertops with youthful and aesthetically pleasing bric-a-brac today. And as a special bonus being offered exclusively to followers of this channel, use promo code Toast to Toast. That's TOAST, the number 2, TOAST. The next time you're browsing a flea market or garage sale to receive completely free of charge a salt shaker that doesn't match any pepper shaker you've ever seen in your entire life and has tiny extra holes that get clogged every single time you use the bloody thing. Get some small random objects today. The next time you need a spork, you'll be glad you did. Small random objects.
Okay. So, welcome to our sponsor,
Got a
Small
bottle cap?
Random Objects. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm concerned. I have a concern, and maybe you can just waylay this concern, and I can set it aside for the evening. I have a concern.
Okay. Yep.
I have a concern that this might be just a euphemism for clutter.
I don't even know how to respond to such a specious allegation.
Well, assuage me. Tell me why small random
Clutter,
objects.
Paul,
Yes.
is a collection of useless things on, say, a coffee table or counter or bar top or headboard to a bed. I think we would agree with that, right?
Sure.
Like a plate and cutlery on a table isn't clutter. That's your setting for dinner, right? These are not useless objects. They're random, which is different. So, you never quite know what you're going to get. But every one of these has a clearly defined purpose.
Okay.
I mean, this is a little LED flashlight. I mean, that's
okay. So, all right. You got me convinced. All right. So this is not clutter. At worst, I guess it's potential clutter. If in the wrong hands, in the wrong hands, I feel like in the wrong hands, some of this.
I guess yes.
Yeah.
If the
used for evil.
Yeah.
All right. Well, small random objects. We appreciate all of our sponsors here at the show, and keeping the lights on, and it lets everyone go. And if that's
thank
not
you
your
so
thing,
much, small random objects.
Yeah.
Paul and I are both really glad that you're here all over the table and desk. Aren't we, Paul? Aren't we both really glad about that? And our sponsor?
Yes. Thank you to our sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say thank you and
Paul's
move on.
My friend.
So as we always want to do on Toast and Toast AM, we are here to celebrate Art Bell. Art Bell, the radio host who hosted many different shows.
I already just accomplished everything I wanted to do on this week.
I'm glad I had that tequila now. Let me tell I am thankful for that.
The life and work of the great radio host Art Bell. Absolutely.
So we've had many great episodes, and this is going to be another one. Tonight's episode, Art was interviewing a gentleman called, I believe, Andrew Bassiano, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And Andrew, I don't know if you had it. I mean, you had potentially pitched this as a potential episode. I don't know how much you got into it. As you know,
not a lot.
We try not to. We try not to listen to it in advance. So, but my understanding is that Andrew was a double time traveler. Dave, he time traveled in his youth. He was a child time traveler.
I didn't know about that part of the story.
That he was a child time traveler and then an adult time traveler. So unlike that one episode we had where it was people supposed to be calling in if they were time travelers, here we got the whole 3-hour shebang. We got Andrew, who has time traveled multiple times.
My understanding is that he was involved with government research into this.
Correct. As well, that's my understanding. So shall we just get into it and then see where this goes?
Let's just let her fly.
Let's just get her fly. I'm sure he'll introduce whatever we need to know.
Yeah.
Andrew Bashago is here. Andrew is a lawyer from Washington State. He holds 6 academic qualifications, including degree.
Okay, well, he's about to go, maybe he's going to go in. I'm like, what does that mean? 6 academic qualifications.
Academic qualifications. Is that a unit of measurement that I don't know about?
That's a receipt from a prestigious secondary education facility. Yeah.
All right. Well, he's a lawyer, so we know we can trust him.
From UCLA and Cambridge. So no lightweight, that's for sure. He was participant in 2...
What's that?
Degrees in what?
He's a lawyer, so I'm assuming...
I assume one of them's in law. Is the one from UCLA or Cambridge from law?
It's in time travelology, probably. We'll learn if you'll just let us play.
I guess. Sorry, Art.
secret U.S. defense projects. In the early 1970s, he was a child participant in a DARPA project called Pegasus. That was the first U.S. time-space exploration program at the time of the emergence.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of Operation Pegasus. Yeah.
I wonder if the child participants in these things have the same like negative stereotype or life trajectory that like child actors have.
I mean, certainly. I can't imagine the child participants in DARPA studies. If Stranger Things has taught me anything,
they'll be
that
fine.
doesn't go well for them. Yeah, that's how you get a Vecna.
Of time travel in the U.S. That's right, time travel in the U.S. defense technical community. In the early 80s, he was a young adult participant in the CIA's Mars Jump Room program, which used a revolutionary transport technology to put a human presence on the red planet. Today, Andy is waging a true...
No. maybe this person knows 11 and the rest of the crew from the...
Mars, they put a human presence on Mars through... Okay. Through it. Okay. All right.
Campaign to reveal his experiences in these programs to all of us so humanity can understand the true extent of technical development on our planet and the true history of our activities in outer space.
Paul.
Yes,
was
Dave?
the CIA able to retrieve a human presence from the surface of Mars with this jump room technology, or?
Well, clearly Andrew. I don't know if Andrew went to Mars or not. But he's back.
He's back.
So maybe he'll tell us.
Hopefully a happy story.
Perhaps there's a mirror and lawn chairs on Mars that we don't know about.
Or just, a skeleton.
On tonight's show, we, however, will focus on Andy's experiences in the DARPA project.
Andy's toys.
Yep. Look, they're Andy now. They're buddies.
They're buddies. They haven't said a word yet. But.
Yeah.
The project called Pegasus. Andrew, welcome to the program.
Howdy, Art. It's good to be on with you after all these years. I think I've probably waited 15 years.
Describe what DARPA's Project Pegasus was and how you became involved.
DARPA was a classified defense-related research and development project under the Department of Defense. Specifically, the coordinating agency was DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. But there was multi-agency...
Am I mistaken? I thought DARPA was still very much a real thing. It's not like a was or...
I assume so. Like, you hear about it in the conspiracy / government
and like in
realms.
real... Like, it's a legitimate thing. It's a they do... like some of the like the higher end cutting edge jet research and like all the sort of like this is the or they did, as my understanding is, they were big into like the mutually assured destruction, kind of like the Whopper stuff from what was that movie where they go in and he hacks the computer and the computer simulating a nuclear war and it's a real nuclear war.
War games?
War games, yeah, right. Like,
but
DARPA was into that kind of stuff.
All right.
Like figuring out like, okay, well, if there is a nuclear war, what's the like what can we do to be assuming that 130 nuclear missiles are going to become raining down on eastern United States, what do we do in that situation? Kind of like take the 2%, the 1%, the 0.08% edge cases and be like, okay, well, if that happens, what do we do? Blah blah blah. Or if let's say somebody does invent an invisible plane, how do we counter that? Right.
Right. According to Wikipedia, which we know is the most reliable thing that there is. DARPA's still going, and the current head of DARPA is Stephanie Tompkins.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So as you described, it seems to be just whatever cutting edge type things they're doing. And apparently they were involved with some of the rapid testing of some of the vaccines that have been in use in the last few years. Like, they're involved in. And
I know they were the thing that has become the laser fusion lab, where in the States, where it's like they're currently the closest to getting like a working fusion reaction.
Right.
It came out of like laser nuclear fuel research that originally was DARPA and became like, the Atomic Weapons Agency and kind of stuff. But it was the lab, that whole facility was kind of their thing at the start, and it sort of spun out from that.
Right.
Maybe I'm totally wrong about that, but that's
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing like that, the Red Skull was in charge of in the Captain America, right? That's
like
how that
honestly,
goes.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Development, and the primary defense contractor involved from the private sector was the Ralph M. Parsons Company, one of the world's leading engineering firms.
Okay.
And it sort of cast an umbrella. It was an umbrella agency, but it cast a kind of a net into which they were putting anything and everything that would yield a time-space exploration capability. And by 1970, they had...
I mean, that feels like that was going to be an advanced research project. Sure.
Yeah. They want their own TARDIS. I get
They
it.
just, all these different agencies were researching time travel. The post
really
office
fit
was
the-
researching time
The
travel.
Army, the Navy,
That's right.
the Marines. We
And,
don't have a time force yet, so I guess
We said, you know what? We got a lot of redundancies here. All these different agencies are researching time travel. We should just
that's just the administrative overhead is
exactly. It's a cost savings initiative, really. That's yeah.
already reduced to practice, essentially, 8 different modalities of what could broadly be categorized as or classified as time travel, from psychic time travel involving conventional remote viewing, all the way into different forms of
conventional remote viewing, Paul. Not that fly by the seat of your pants Yahoo remote
That's
viewing.
right.
The Russians use.
That gives the rest of us a bad name.
Give the rest of us a bad
those
name.
wackadoodles
This
over
is
there
just standard.
testing their goats and things.
Yeah. Conventional viewing, the kind of which you'd see in any state fair in any town in America.
That's right.
Yeah.
physical time travel. So I want to be perfectly clear that I'm not sharing a tall tale. I'm actually revealing something very significant, which is the true history of the development of time travel within the U.S. defense technical community.
That's how you know he's being truthful, because he's telling us in advance.
I'd rather have a guest come out and say, like, and just so before we start, I'm lying.
That's right.
But here's some stuff I'm about to say. Yeah.
You don't want that. That actually would make terrible radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Historical context in which time travel actually emerged.
All right, so they had all those modalities for looking into time travel. Now, what DARPA does is, in fact, look into these kind of weird, edgy things. That's what DARPA is all about, right?
Right. DARPA's legislative mandate from the United States Congress is to prevent military surprise. So ultimately, or initially, I should say,
so that's sort of like what I was saying, right? Their whole job is to be like, what's the thing that we don't expect, whatever weirdness, and be ready for it if it does happen.
Because a bunch of soldiers from the future or the past, charging through.
Yeah.
That would be unexpected.
Unexpected. Mm-hmm. And if, and the people want to know that if there are cyborgs from the future rampaging, that their government has a response. And that response is Andy.
that they've drawn up a plan for this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Andy Baylock.
The time travel project began after the famous...
What? Sorry?
What was his name again? Andrew...
Andrew... Basiago. Andrew Basiago.
Yes.
He has been working on this since he was but a lad.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
July 1952 overflight of our nation's capital by 9 extraterrestrial craft that were clocked at Langley Air Force Base at traveling at 7,000 miles per hour, which exceeded our flight capabilities, our jet aircraft capabilities of that time.
Sure.
But those...
Sure.
I know the event they're talking about. It was newspaper news.
Oh, okay.
There was these objects flying over Washington that were never identified, and
And that we're going faster than the
you
current.
can. Yeah, it's one of those things you can like go through things and be like, no, there were pictures of
Interesting.
this in the newspapers. Yeah.
I'm starting to regret that we're not doing bingo night at this point because this looks like this is
guy-
going to be all over the
Once
map.
I heard him throwing in DARPA and stuff, I was like, oh, this is going to be a good one.
Yep.
Well, somebody might still. It's not too late. So
Someone can set up the bingo cards in the chat.
Can put a bingo together in chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
But those extraterrestrial
And we'll get to the super chats in a minute, guys. Anyway.
Now, this sighting was reported on the front page of the Washington Post.
Oh, actually, people can go back and you can get a front page picture of the Post and you can see these UFOs or whatever they are, just as you described, going right over the Capitol. That's a fact.
Right, and what they were all...
That's a fact, Jack. So you,
fact,
Dave,
Jack.
you were on it. You knew about the flying things.
I've been doing my UFO research the last number of weeks. Yeah.
Calling you a ufologist.
Ufologist. Yeah.
also seen doing was disappearing in one location in the sky and then reappearing elsewhere. And we concluded that our extraterrestrial visitors were in possession of time travel, basically of teleportation. So
Teleportation, Dave. So it's not just time travel. They got the Star Trek. I don't know if maybe not be transporting, but they're
some kind of.
They're
You know, it's funny when you bring up teleport.
Dave, you're breaking up. Man. Dave? Dave? What the hell?
Son of a bitch! It happened again.
What happened again?
I thought I grew out of this when I hit puberty, but sometimes when I get really excited, I teleport, and it's
You never told me about this.
embarrassing. You don't talk about accidents you have at night. We just, you carry on. Now the stream's ruined. We're here in the same room. I gotta go book a ticket home.
Look, no. Well, okay, yeah.
Well, hey, look. Thankfully, it looks like a selection of beers from local craft breweries also teleported here, probably caught up in some sort of, after drag thing, right? And so turns out the stream can probably carry on.
Well,
look, and a toast-to-toast glass came too.
I mean, I guess we're here.
I guess we're here,
Should we?
I think for tonight, Paul, for the people, we can put our personal differences aside and work in the same room for once and, professional. We'll just soldier through it. You dead-eyed son of a bitch.
Well, we can't go many hours then, because...
No, that'll get... Not drinking.
Or we'll... Wow.
Yeah. Now Shannon has to find a place to keep a Dave.
Okay.
I'm not housebroken. You've got problems.
Well, I mean,
is this your house? Where am I? What is this? Crazy.
Okay. Well, I guess should we just keep doing the episode?
Well, you know what? Since we're here, we already had a break. This is weird. So we might as well go back and read all the super chats that we've missed so far.
Read the super chats.
Yeah, seems like.
I'm gonna need my glasses to read the super chats.
Well, I can read the super chats if you want because I already have my glasses.
Well, but they're
if anybody cares,
they're in a tiny.
Drinking, frig off.
Oh, we didn't do our toast.
We haven't done a toast.
Not our in-person.
Not
toast.
our in-person toasts.
Cheers.
Here's the long-distance relationships that have become a lot less distance and a lot more relationship.
It's about to be as awkward as that.
Oh, it's gonna get more awkward.
Well, Shannon Q did send a super chat for $2.20. Here's money to pay bills.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yep. I need it since now I got to buy a plane ticket home. So every little bit helps. Thanks.
Why can't you just teleport home?
It doesn't work like that, man.
Does it? You teleport to where you were thinking? Like where?
It's maybe. Yeah, actually, so maybe it's like no place like home if I picture it really hard.
Well, when we're done, just think about where you normally sleep. Or somewhere you'd like to sleep.
Yeah, if I'm going anywhere, why would I go back?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Olivia Williams for $2.79 said, "Will you take mine?" Yes, we will, Olivia.
Yes, absolutely.
We are clearly
with a smile.
Our sponsor, small
random objects
are clearly going to need to pony up some extra
Yep.
to get you home. Because you ain't staying here.
God, why are you always such a pill?
J. Victor writes, is Small Random Objects a subsidiary of Unused Stationary Bicycle LLC?
I believe it's not a subsidiary, but they are both. They are both under the same umbrella of shit that you thought you needed but don't. Never somehow use.
It's not a retired stationary bicycle. It's a new laundry folding thing.
It's
a new
exactly.
laundry
This
storage.
is my new laundry rack.
All right, and then we have Danny Smith writes, Toast to Toast is quickly becoming my favorite live stream series.
Oh, that's
well,
fantastic.
I hope that is still true.
And I mean, it makes sense because we are the only thing currently airing on YouTube.
That is true.
Yeah.
We are, and we look, but now that we're on a Sunday night, we actually had to clear whole people who normally stream on Sunday.
Yeah, we had to.
YouTube, well, it's not up to us, but YouTube had to call them and say sorry.
They owed us some favors. Yeah. I like to think that when they heard that we were coming, they just gracefully bowed aside, right?
Right, on moving to Sunday.
Yeah, hail to
We're
the king, right?
priority.
They're like, wow, it's
Sure, that makes sense.
yeah. Didn't know Toast to Toast was coming. Well, that's okay.
Okay. Well, should we continue on with the Art Bell?
We should continue on with the Art Bell.
So my late father, Raymond F. Bashago, had been working at Okanite Company in Paramus, New Jersey. And in October of 1952, a U.S. Air Force colonel showed up at...
You probably can't normally hear the fax sounds over on the
I actually can't. No.
the Saskatoon side.
Yeah.
We get here on the East Coast. We get the fax sounds.
Yeah, I know they're there, but I actually can't normally hear them in the.
Well, this is welcome. This is where the magic happens.
This is it. I get to see.
You have never.
I get to
seen
peek
this
behind
before.
the kimono. Yeah.
Fantastic job on the teleportation. Very well executed. Well, I guess that's a super chat for you.
Yes. Thank you, Brain Cramp. I think I did a pretty good job.
It seems weird to be complimenting someone on something involuntary like that.
Look,
I guess.
that you just.
No, I guess
it was a nice.
Also, like you're.
He sent us a nice $10 super chat.
I mean,
you got a.
no. Here's what I'm saying. You're also handsome.
Oh, well, I am.
And you know, and I guess that's not something. I mean, you actively work on your handsomeness, I guess.
It's true. I have a regimen.
but you come by it naturally. So
Yeah, it involves a lot of chicken wings.
it's not involuntary handsome.
at his desk at
I didn't
Okanite
just wake up like
and
this.
ordered him to report the next Monday to the Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Wood Ridge, New Jersey, where my dad designed the metal alloy by which the ramjet plane
Oh, did we
would
miss a
not
super
melt
chat?
from
No, that was the teleportation.
Timothy Harmon says we missed my super chat.
Timothy Harmon.
Did we miss one? If we did, we apologize.
I'm sorry, Timothy. We're scrolling, but the YouTube, the consolidating windows doesn't have one. Well, you know what, Timothy? Just tag me in the chat, and we'll
read it
rectify
out.
that. You type it again.
It certainly
if you may.
wasn't deliberate if we missed your
That's
super
correct.
chat. Yeah.
friction in our atmosphere.
There's no room for you here. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got all these buttons and things I have to push.
I got this glass.
As a result of contact with molecules of air, and would also not melt when it went outside of our atmosphere from friction with space dust, because the goal of the ramjet project...
Did he say friction with space dust, Dave?
He did say friction with space dust. Yeah, doesn't want it to melt the friction with space dust.
Can you have... For friction,
Yeah.
if you fly through space dust, isn't
Yeah.
it just gonna be pushed aside?
I mean, it'd be like it has energy. It's. I mean, I don't know what kind of speed. If you hit even dust at enough speed, it would be a significant thing.
Okay.
was to essentially chase these extraterrestrial craft away from Earth. And that was my father's entry essentially into the classified defense-related research realm, the Black Project realm.
And at this point, how old were you?
Well, in the 50s, I had not yet been born. I was born on September 18th of 1961 as the youngest of 5 children. So my father married in 1955 after 3 years at Curtiss-Wright. And then he entered a very creative period of his career that's essential to understanding how Project Pegasus fell together.
So, here's Timothy's.
Now I see it.
So, but Timothy, there was some weirdness. Maybe I got caught up in the teleportation wave
Possible.
because I actually did see that show up before and then it disappeared.
That's true. Yeah.
So it possibly got caught up in whatever Dave does to make this teleportation happen.
Maybe it was, one of them their quirks.
Or
Tachyons.
maybe it collided with some space dust.
Possibly. Too much space dust friction.
Are you going to read?
Yes. Dave, since your tea is a repeat, I don't have to pay to see it.
Here's the other downside.
Yeah.
I assume that the teleportation doesn't bring luggage.
No, just
You're
craft beer.
You're literally going to be wearing that until we can get you home.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll pop out to Walmart or something and get some new winter pants.
I have black T-shirts if you want to
Yeah,
borrow
you sure
some.
do.
Okay.
He was working from 1956 to 64 after leaving Curtiss Wright. He was working at the Thomas A. Edison Research Laboratory in West Orange, New Jersey. Now, this was not the historical Edison Labs. It was a kind of a think tank that was pioneered by Neil T. Williams, my father's essentially his supervisor and his co-inventor of several electronic patents of that era. And it was a very prestigious think tank. For example, 2 desks over from my dad was J.B. Johnson, who essentially made the timeline of key discoveries in 20th century physics by discovering signal-to-ground noise, basically Johnson noise, what we might call white noise, in 1928. Foster C. Nix, the prominent solid-state physicist.
The discoverer of white noise?
I mean, I don't want to... Maybe he is very famous and discovered something amazing. I do not know who J.B. Johnson is. Yeah, and I feel like white noise
Just
is...
discovering the existence of white noise doesn't seem... I mean, good. I guess that's it. I guess it's like you discover a beetle.
I'm Googling him. I'm going to Google J.B. Johnson and see what this guy did.
Well, you know what? We have a J.B. Johnson.
Electrical engineer and physicist. Oh, we got new... Oof. No, I don't.
Is this the guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
He first explained in detail a fundamental source of random interference with information. Oh, well, we can't see us now, Dave.
No.
On the thing. I guess we shouldn't share.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We're here talking about J.B. Johnson. We're not here to talk about us.
You're breaking everything.
I'm breaking.
Yes. All right.
I was looking it up on my phone. Everything was fine when I was doing it.
But okay. So what do we know about? So we learned.
I mean,
all right.
He was.
It's essentially
Swedish.
Yeah. Right.
And discovery. So he did, in fact, apparently discover some kind of interference thing, and
well,
probably a big deal. Probably every electrical engineer.
Because clearly, well, his friends called him Bert, as we can see on the.
Oh, there you go. Bert.
Yeah, that's how we know this story might be garbage. Because
if he was really your friend, you would have called him Bert.
Exactly.
We did it. We had a couple super chats there too.
Super chats.
Yeah. How do you not immediately notice that fax
I
noise?
noticed the fax noise. I was distracted by the fact that you teleporting here broke the layouts on the screen.
We're getting Canada's getting sass talked here.
Take my real monies to convert your alleged dollars. Well, thank you, Too Young to Feel This Old, for your US $10. We appreciate that greatly.
It is better dollars.
Timothy Harmon writes, Dave does not buy his teas at Walmart.
It's true, I don't.
Not usually, but
No.
in a pinch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for those super chats, everyone. We appreciate that. And we are now currently, I guess, raising a Get Dave Back to Saskatoon fund.
Yep. We need to
everybody
pitch in.
Or we just need to have whatever dream.
We need like one of those like World War II promotional like victory bond posters.
Right.
Yeah.
Get
everybody pitch in, get the boys back home, do your part. Yeah.
Otherwise, Dave's going to be driving me bananas. So,
was also in this small lab in West Orange. And much of what my dad did were higher-end math problems that were a result of the development of different electronic components that were then being developed by that particular
Math problems that were caused by electrical components.
Yes.
think tank.
I feel like we're going to have to let a lot of this stuff
engineers.
slide tonight.
Yeah.
But then he was, at some point, he was asked by the United States government to repeat Nikola Tesla's teleportation
Nikola Tesla?
Look, just
experiment.
it's a refreshing beverage.
Nikola!
Tesla had been tinkering with since his famous stay in Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1899. That was, in fact, the beginning of what would become Project Pegasus.
You don't want me to go back to Saskatoon, Timothy. You guys are going to have to super chat a heck of a lot more, Gus.
Yeah, because the rent here is steep.
Yeah, and I...
And you have a job.
I have a job.
Maybe not now. Maybe we'll see if they find out what you're doing, shenanigans.
Look, if I'm teleporting in my own free time, it's got nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but if you don't show up for work.
Well, tomorrow's a holiday, so
Oh, right.
yeah. In the good country.
Yeah, not in the Americas.
Happy birthday, Queen Victoria. God bless Her Majesty. Right, Shannon?
It's my birthday soon.
I know. In 4 days?
Ish. I don't know exactly what it is. When you're as old as I am,
Yeah.
it's not. You don't pay attention.
Something I didn't know. I had no idea Tesla had been tinkering with teleportation.
In fact, there were 3 individuals on what would be
Then he hasn't watched that movie with the Hugh Jackman, the
Prestige.
Prestige.
Yes.
Then he would have known.
Yeah.
The documentary Prestige
The documentary, The Prestige.
by Jada Pinkett Smith.
Yes. It was an excellent documentarian. Yeah.
Project Pegasus, when I began serving in the late 60s and early 70s, who affirmed the debt of gratitude that Project Pegasus owed Tesla. They were my late father, who certainly knew as essentially the point man between Parsons and the CIA on the theory and practice of Tesla teleportation, because he had mastered all that at the Edison labs between 56 and 64. That was also confirmed by Jack Pruitt, who served
The
as...
Tesla method is the preferred method for teleportation.
I thought the Star Trek. What is it?
It's not the simplest, but, it's most reliable. That's a TV show, Paul.
I see. But so I'm confused. Is he time traveling or is he teleporting?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I guess is all time travel technically? I guess not the mental projection time travel.
I get is time just another direction?
Ooh, yes, it is. I agree with that. It's just the fourth dimension of. Yeah. Okay.
So really, it's just.
So it is a form of teleportation, I guess.
team leader on Project Pegasus, and according to Nichols and Moon, I think it's quite probable, quite believable, served as the research director for Project Montauk later in the early 80s. And the debt owed Tesla was also affirmed by a very distinguished member of Pegasus, and that was Dr. Robert Beckwith, who would go on to earn, I think, perhaps 20 patents, U.S. patents, on some of the most advanced electronic components that would be bought.
That's how you know he's good. Patents.
Patents. Nikola has his patents.
Maybe Pants was a spot. Maybe we could get Patents to sponsor the show. You should look into that.
Yeah.
This is a nice show brought to you by Patents.
Patent pending?
Patent pending.
By Robert Noyce and would become what we now call.
I guess the government doesn't do a lot of sponsorships of YouTube shows.
Well, maybe, but they probably haven't seen how awesome our YouTube show
Probably
is.
not.
Yeah.
Intel Corporation.
All right, so Andy, you're
They just
describing
sponsor
this,
banks.
aren't you, as the real Philadelphia experiment?
Right. I want to make it completely clear, and also I want my critics to know that I'm sharing this information because I felt that I was under a moral duty to do so. When I look back around 2000, at that point being a fan of the Art Bell Show for, I think, 12 years, I think since the late 80s.
Good taste.
I would listen to the different time travel guests and think about what I had been part of, and I thought, my God, my status would be sort of like having been an office boy for the Wright brothers when they developed flight. I mean, I have the inside account. This was the project in which time travel was actually developed. Now, there was a Philadelphia experiment, but the one...
So he was hanging around the offices where they invented time travel, and he's watching all these other Art Bell shows. Like, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
My dad invented time travel, and I was sitting around in the office.
I was sitting around the office. Yeah.
It was take your son to work day at the time travel
They're
museum,
just, you know.
and they said, "Fine,
Yeah.
come on in."
Now, all those other crackpots that phone in or pretend time travel
That's
on
right.
your show, I feel like I could call in and set the record straight. None of this hoo-ha and hokum.
Look, I got all these names. I remember Bert Johnson.
They don't even know about the Tesla method. Nonsense.
Art, if someone else calls in, you say, "Hey, did you know Bert?" Did you know he discovered white noise? That's how you know.
That's how
we
you know.
know is a cover story that was scripted by the Office of Naval Intelligence to de-link the three critical connections between the three elements, namely Tesla, teleportation, and the Los Alamos physicists. What would become Project Pegasus and the real Philadelphia experiment was the secret twin of Project Manhattan, the atomic bomb project. And some of the same individuals who worked on the bomb were quietly working with time travel for 25 years, so that by the time I entered Pegasus as a child participant in the winter of 1968, Tesla teleportation of human beings through vortal tunnels in time-space had been successfully reduced to practice.
Did you say vortal?
Vortal tunnels.
Okay.
Yeah, the vortal tunnels. This was in 1968.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks for tuning in, Skeptics and Scoundrels.
That's a whole deal. Apparently, Dave has the ability to teleport.
Yeah.
And didn't. I've known you for decades, and this is news.
Again, it's a little embarrassing.
Right.
I, of course, had a number of interviews with regard to the Philadelphia experiment, and some of the technical details were revealed. And I'm recalling rotating magnetic fields and all the rest of it, and it does, frankly, Andy, sound an awful lot like the same kind of technology that one might imagine could be applied to travel in time.
Yes, but the story that has...
I heard a crazy story that wasn't about time travel.
Okay.
But the absurd mechanism that they told me about sounds like you could apply that equally to time travel.
Do you know much about the Philadelphia experiment, Paul?
No.
You've heard of it before.
Yeah, but it was, to be honest, the whole time I was listening, I just now realized I was thinking the Manhattan experiment the whole time he was talking about the
Philadelphia experiment.
So tell me.
So the Philadelphia experiment was allegedly it's a naval experiment.
Okay. Not belly buttons.
No, where the Navy attempted to. So the idea, the story, the most commonly held in my that I know of version of the story is the Navy was trying to experiment to make a ship invisible.
Okay.
That it would be completely undetectable by any means, visual or radar or whatever.
Like Romulan cloaking.
Like Romulan cloaking,
Okay.
exactly like that. And something went wrong, and the ship teleported. It appeared at another. And so the story is, it's like, and there were sightings of this ship at like somewhere, I think it was outside of New Jersey or something, because it was in dock in Philadelphia or outside of Philadelphia.
Okay.
And ended up somewhere else in the coastal U.S. and people saw it, and then it disappeared again.
This is news to me. I've not heard this.
And I can't remember the name of the ship, but it was like, so that's what the Philadelphia experiment is.
Okay.
It was there's some kind of crazy cloaking field, and something went wrong with the physics of the field, and the ship teleported. So that is the That's the story of the Philadelphia experiment. There was even a movie in the 80s where
I
there was
remember
an
there
aircraft
being a movie,
carrier
but
and it
yeah.
like goes back in time, I think, and it's like in World War II, and it's kind of an interesting movie because then the crew there, I think they're there before D-Day. That's what it is. So it's like a modern jet U.S. aircraft carrier ends up in the Pacific Ocean through like some kind of crazy Bermuda Triangle thing, whatever. And they're like, well, we can stop. We can just go destroy the Japanese fleet right now.
Right, before Pearl Harbor.
Before Pearl Harbor. Like, we have a thing. But if we do that, what's going to be, like, we cannot envision the consequences. And so it's the moral thing to go in that... I honestly don't remember. I don't remember if they do, if they don't, what they decide to do, or what, and then eventually the ship just sort of goes back to the modern day, and yeah.
I see. Okay. Well, that's actually was very educational for me. I appreciate the.
There you go. But that is what the Philadelphia experiment is. If you're
All right.
here, yeah, it's about a teleporting ship. Yeah.
Propagated is a cover story. And there were critical differences in terms of what really happened. And our informant on this was somebody who was telling this story when I was a child on Project Pegasus in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Mm-hmm. And in 4 interviews, 2 conducted by myself, 1 conducted by the writer Alexandra Bruce, and 1 conducted by
name
Ken
dropping on
Thomas,
this.
the great crusading journalist at Steam Shovel Press. Over 25 years at that point, really ultimately to the early 2010s, to the time that Beckwith was now about 80, shortly before his death, he affirmed the same information, which is that the actual Philadelphia experiment did not take place in the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard.
It
took place in Long Island.
Yeah. Okay. I have my movies mixed up.
And I'm now realizing we're sharing a microphone.
Yes. So we do. If our audio isn't good, let us know.
You didn't bring your own microphone, apparently.
What do you mean? When I teleported here just now?
Yes, that's what I mean.
No, I didn't bring a microphone.
You need to upgrade this. Whatever teleportation technology you have going is going to be not very well used for like military considerations.
Not the Tesla method, I'll tell you that. This
right.
is just the whatever. Fucking make it up as
We're
you
just
go
gonna
along.
send our soldiers into time battle, but like nothing goes with them. They just
5x5. That's what we want to hear.
It did not involve the Eldridge, and it involved a ship called the Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
It was not an experiment into radar invisibility of the Eldridge. It was an experiment into Tesla teleportation of the Martha's Vineyard after the Nazi Navy began chaining ordnance to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and presenting a military threat to our ships at sea. It did not result in multiple sailors being fused in the deck of the Eldridge. It involved the death of 1 sailor who, when the ship went back not to Norfolk, Virginia, but to Newport News, Virginia, was falling through time-space and was impaled on a column that supported the splash cowling of the Martha's Vineyard. And here's the critical connection. Inside the captain's mast of that ship, the Martha's Vineyard, was not Albert Einstein, as some have speculated, and was not John von Neumann, as was part of the cover story that was propagated, but were the Manhattan Project physicists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Dr. Edward Teller. And I can say that I met the latter during
I'm really
my
looking forward
childhood
to that
experiences.
Oppenheimer movie later this year. I didn't know there was going to be teleporting, ships in it.
Yeah, is he? This guy, Andrew, he doesn't actually he's not coming across as dismissible, shall we say, as some of the people.
No, he is somewhat well spoken and has
And I think literally that's just his name dropping.
Yeah.
I'm gonna name drop everything.
This and that.
I guess if we had done bingo, you probably wouldn't have put all those names in there.
No.
So far we've had DARPA.
Yeah.
Anyway, he is all over the map.
In Project Pegasus. So we've gotten the gist of the fact that there was an important time travel experiment, or an experiment that accidentally yielded a teleportation capability. But it is a false story. It is naval disinformation. The actual Philadelphia experiment is such as I just described.
Wow. And all of this information came to you from your father?
No, that particular information was the it was the content of frequent soliloquies delivered by Dr. Robert Beckwith at lunch in Albuquerque when we were sharing a meal with.
It's just we don't record our scientific data anywhere. We just write soliloquies. And that's how we pass. That's the best way to pass along scientific information, is through story and song.
Our colleagues on Project Pegasus, individuals like the science director of the project, Dr. Harold Agnew, when he was the director of Los Alamos National Labs. Teller was sometimes at lunch. I remember several lunches that Dr. Ivan Browning attended when he was the director of science and technology for CIA. Beckwith was obsessed regarding the real Philadelphia experiment, and he was constantly correcting those present so that they had the critical facts of what had happened, and hence the critical debt of gratitude that Pegasus owed Tesla.
All right, hold it right there. He says, what we know, or think we know, about the Philadelphia experiment is not accurate. I listened, of course, years ago to Al Bielek describe technical details of the Philadelphia experiment, which you now say was kind of cover.
There's still an episode I actually
going
want to
on
do someday, the Al Bielek Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, okay.
One, yeah.
Is he wackier sounding than this?
He is not nearly so well spoken. Yes,
Okay.
He's all over the map. Yeah,
I know at some point.
he claims to have been an engineer. I think it was an engineer or something. He said he worked on the Philadelphia experiment. Yeah.
Okay, I know at some point Andrew talks about going back to see Dinosaurs. That's what I'm waiting for now.
Well, spoiler alert.
Spoiler.
In case you didn't see the opening panel or read the
thumbnail, we call it
Yeah.
in the YouTube's business.
opening panel.
Is that fair?
Or read the show words or describe it. Yeah,
But so far he's just
I'm throwing a lot of technical jargon.
so far he's just telling us the soliloquies of his father's
it wasn't even fun. Or other people he worked with, other scientists. Yeah,
Her
other
story.
scientists.
It involved another ship, another technical process, but the critical thing they were concealing was the linkage between Tesla teleportation and the very Los Alamos physicists that developed the atomic bomb and continued to design more destructive nuclear weapons.
I like that. They had to work to conceal the link between Tesla teleportation and the Los Alamos nuclear scientists, so that people, when they use Tesla teleportation and think about
accidentally
Oppenheimer and company, wouldn't connect those two things together, because we need to keep that linkage concealed from the public.
Obviously, that connection, it was not obvious. It was not. Took discovery. They didn't just accidentally discover this stuff.
Yeah.
In the latter half of the 20th century.
Oh, yes. Okay. You describe 8 modalities.
Correct.
Is there a way to go through them fairly quickly so we can get a rough understanding what we're doing?
Yes, especially if we conceive of it as a spectrum with, let's say, psychic time travel on the left, and then what I call physio-virtual kinds of time travel in the middle, and then into the physical forms of time travel. On the left side of the spectrum, the sort of the fuzzy logic side of the spectrum,
right?
We have.
I was looking down on them.
Psychic time travel in the form of conventional remote viewing.
Travel.
Okay.
I can correct the historical record on that. Ingo Swann often claimed that remote viewing began at SRI in 1972.
Right.
However, I and my childhood colleagues, I like to say that we were small mediums at large. We were doing conventional remote viewing for the Office of Naval Intelligence.
I've told that joke before.
No later than the fall of 1969, and in fact, we were tasked, and it makes sense why we were, because John McCain's father was then the commander of the entire Pacific Fleet.
Ooh, John McCain's father.
That makes sense that we were tasked with time travel, because everybody knows the McCain family has a long, rich history with messing with time.
What else was John McCain known for? I forget.
His adventures in the TARDIS. As a companion of the Fourth Doctor.
Right.
Briefly. Yeah.
J. Victor, for what's R? The Russian ruby? What's the R currency? We don't know.
Rimbiru?
We appreciate it all the same. Rupees? Science only went downhill since we stopped training our academics in the fine arts as well. That's true, because now
Because now nobody knows Latin
they
anymore.
well, and the scientists now are incapable of advancing their discoveries as soliloquies.
Yep.
Peer-reviewed papers,
Yeah, exactly. The day you stop
spreadsheets with
fighting
data.
snakes for your thesis,
That's right.
it's the day I stopped paying attention to academia.
Of the United States Navy.
If you can't set your hypothesis to music, don't bother.
We were asked to determine
Rubble.
whether
Rubble?
Lieutenant Commander McCain was in the POW compound known as the Hanoi Hilton,
Right.
and if so, where he was in the building. I imagine they either wanted to bomb his location or maybe extricate him from that location.
Okay, the
So
very
we were-
typical target for remote viewing.
Right, we were doing conventional remote viewing for the United States Navy. Then they began manipulating our environment, or at least our perception. One of the things they were doing was spinning us, and by spinning us,
Right round?
inducing out-of-body
Right round?
experiences. During one of those OBEs, I came to a mechanical limit beyond which my consciousness could not go any farther. When I described
the
that
quick sack
machine or that limit,
Dune reference.
Dune reference.
to the astral plane. This was a direct quote from the lady from DARPA who was debriefing me.
Yeah.
She said, others have described it. We think it's the technical infrastructure that's propagating the hologram that we find ourselves in. We're calling it the Matrix. And this was upon me returning to my body from an induced OBE, induced by being physically spun, clock.
So the Wachowski brothers stole the Matrix.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, when did the first Matrix movie come out?
99.
Okay, so this is after that.
Yes. So he is. So
Yeah.
just. We have so much going on tonight.
I don't think we've ever said, like,
So
when
this is
yeah.
a 2005 interview.
Yeah.
So yes, when he references the Matrix, he understands that there was a movie made of the Matrix, but now he's talking about something called the Matrix back in the late 60s.
Yeah.
I think trying to make us think that, one caused the other.
Or 90s. I mean, he's kind of vague about
That's
exactly
true.
what time this
Well,
particular
he's got-
conversation is.
He needs to tell us because apparently he made 2 stints at DARPA. One as a child
Yeah.
labor. They had child labor,
Yeah.
and then as an adult. So we're waiting patiently.
Lies on my back beneath a spiral image on the ceiling at 33 rotations per minute, which is certainly a curious number in many ways. The Masonic connection, the connection to the recording
That's the
industry,
standard
33
record player
RPM,
spinning
records.
speed.
But we not only were going out of body, but when I reached the physical limit of those OBEs one time, that's what the debriefing lady from DARPA said. And this was, 29 years before the production and release of the Matrix trilogy by the...
Right.
I guess
I
if we'd
can
have waited.
clearly see
Yeah.
how the spinning
Nope,
you talked
we
about,
need to get
physical
our little
spinning, could
tidbits
lead
in.
to an alternative, altered
Douglas
state,
Allen.
I guess.
Douglas Allen
Yes, and that
reference.
was what I call astral time travel. They deracinated our minds almost in a shamanic way, a very tribal way, and we left our
See.
bodies.
Yeah.
I don't like my mind demationalized in a shamanic way.
Well, if you're going to use the Tesla method, you have to. You know, Albert Einstein was on this.
He was
Oppenheimer.
on Oppenheimer mast. He was on the mast of the souls.
the captain's mast on the ship. Okay. Thanks for trying.
Went elsewhere, and then we were questioned about where we went.
Got it.
So that, again, is very
Got
fuzzy
it.
logic time travel.
All right, we have a long way to go to get to 8
We
modalities
do.
here.
Okay. Now, then in
I don't
fall
actually
of
like this
70,
question. I want to hear about the dinosaurs.
they actually started some of the physical time travel first, but let me stick in, within the logic of the spectrum that I'm describing.
Sure.
Okay, then in fall of 70, they took us to the general manufacturing company, the map-making facility of Standard Oil, which was then I think it still was until very recently, in Convent Station, New Jersey.
Okay.
And there they had a device called a chronovisor. A chronovisor is an electro-optical device that propagates a hologram that is so dense that it has the effect of lensing a non-local event into the laboratory, an event from what we would call the past or the future. If you stand away from the hologram, you can see something going on inside this.
So this is basically like that Philip K. Dick story that they did the Ben Affleck movie about.
Oh, the reverse engine. Oh, the Paycheck.
Yes,
I liked that movie.
I did too.
Underrated film. Yeah. So.
They got me good with that film because we saw that movie together.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we went to the theater. I think we went to the old Midtown Theater, which doesn't exist anymore. But whatever. We went in, and I was totally like, I was shit talking this movie because there's something. It's like he gets us like, oh, he just happens to have the pen he needs. Oh, it just blah
right,
blah blah.
yes,
This is just lazy writing. This is bullshit. This movie sucks. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, the reveal. It's like, oh fuck. Well, that's really good. They
Right.
got me.
Yeah.
You got me, Ben Affleck, Philip K. Dick. Yeah.
So Andrew here, they create holograms with their electro-optical device, if I'm getting this right,
Yep.
that is so dense that it creates a local distortion of space-time. So-
Something like, yep.
So
Yep.
black hole, like a black hole, like a man-made black hole, but it's not real because it's electro-optical.
Right.
Okay, and then he was describing how if you're across the scene, you can see things wave, and then we.
Yes.
All right.
Cubical field of light generated from a crystal array in the ceiling that has either happened in the past on some timeline or has happened in the future on some timeline.
So being able to watch the future or the past,
Oh,
was it actually controllable?
Gotcha.
Could you,
So it creates a movie
design
of-
what you would.
It creates a movie of that. Actually, would be incredibly handy if you
Yeah.
can't. In fact, in many ways, that might be more handy than having to send someone back and forth.
I feel like they'd be different things. Sending someone, you get into all kinds of weird paradoxy things or whatever. But if you can
Well,
just
that's what I
see,
mean.
right,
If
you know,
you're just observing, you know you're not messing with the timeline.
would certainly change the face of law enforcement.
I mean, so theoretically, you'd be able to like rewind, looks at like
Yeah.
let's say just the crime, like oh, you know, person X killed person Y, and you rewind the timeline and you see oh that's where they killed him, and then so you go and yeah, Minority Report style, you go like arrest them or stop them.
Right.
You don't even have to arrest them. That was the weird part about Minority Report.
Well,
is,
Minority
like,
Report was precognition, right? You can tell
Yeah.
you're going to kill somebody, so and we can stop it before it happens.
right. But in my scenario, you could go and you could just literally just you were going to kill someone during this time, so we're just going to detain you in a room for that hour so that it doesn't happen or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you could actually go and you could fast forward it in the timeline to see if what you did worked.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. That I think that is in practice because in
And I
practice.
mean, it all kind. There's
Yeah.
the applications would be limitless if you could.
Oh, but no, you can't do what I just said because you can't travel back in time.
No. All you could do. Sorry, yeah, but you could go and be like, well, we know who did it.
You would be able to
Yeah.
solve the crime,
Yeah.
but you couldn't stop the crime.
Yeah,
That's
we did a video. Here's a video of you doing the crime. So
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but maybe like disease research would probably be really helpful, right? If you could go back and
I mean,
see like
it's-
patient zero.
well,
Or
sure.
sure. It would certainly do a lot of
But
historical.
that was, I
you
guess,
know,
where I was. My mind
Yeah.
didn't make sense there. But yeah, you're avoiding some of the paradoxes. You're just solving things. Mm-hmm. The problem is, I guess, if you can look ahead.
Yeah, well, then it's like we can have all kinds of cool shit now.
If you're looking ahead in like tomorrow, so X. This is the precog thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's X is going to kill Y, and then you detain X for the night.
Yeah.
That's when I guess when you're doing what I was talking about. Mm-hmm. But you wouldn't create a paradox.
But then you start getting into like the Tomorrowland, you know, it's you seeing the future, causing the future, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
oh, we can tell, like, oh, we can see this point, we can't see anything past this point. So something, you know, the world ends, something happens, something disastrous. Who knows? Anyways,
And I guess depending on
beer's
whether
kind of
you're
mediocre.
A theory of time or B theory of time, it would depend whether you could look ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
See, or was it random?
Well, the chronovisors were still experimental when I was brought into the
Chronovisors.
project officially in
Exeter.
fall
I
of
feel like it's
1959, the beginning.
it's like the this island Earth. You're just
of my third grade year. And
We
they
have
were
only
trying
an
to
hour
just
and 20 minutes
focus
left to
the
go.
We can
holograms.
do it,
They were
buddy.
Sort of like
We-
trying to
we will be here
focus,
until
an old-fashioned television
Wednesday.
image. They were going on the blink a lot. They were kind of wobbling and then blinking out.
Got you.
Now, yeah.
Was the best Jerry O'Connell show the
now
one where he
the
was a
paradox
kid
was-
that could turn himself weightless and fly around with aerosol cans? I can't remember what that show was called. Do you remember the one I'm talking
do
about?
not know what you're talking
Somebody
about.
knows. Nobody remembers Canadian TV.
Jerry O'Connell was in Stand By Me. That's what I remember as a little.
I might be totally wrong.
Wasn't he? Jerry O'Connell was
Oh,
the
no,
chubby kid in Stand By Me?
Maybe.
I think so. And then he didn't like being called the chubby kid in Stand By Me. So
So he did sliders.
no, but so he like worked out and
Yeah.
lost weight and became a lead man type.
My secret identity number. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I was right. Shannon, it's got my back.
That
yeah.
feels made up to me.
You're made up.
The way in which the chronovisors became
Both
time
can be
machines was basically as follows. When you stood inside that hologram, in other words, when you stood on the stage of the device and the crystal array was turned on above you with such brilliance that we were actually conditioned in a Pavlovian way not to look up at the light because they knew we would be rendered completely blind for life. We would be blinded. It was so blindingly brilliant of a light. But so we were trained not to look up. I now have 2700 vision, so maybe my visual cortex was damaged by the chronovisors. But the way in which it became a time...
I thought he was saying 2,700. He's saying, I'm like, what does that even mean? He was saying 20/700.
Yeah.
All right.
machine was...
If only he'd put that in a soliloquy for me, I would have understood.
I mean, he kind of did. Do you even know what that is?
No.
Okay. Just give me
I
keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
We instantaneously went to that.
Paul
event
foolishly
scenario
got a
on either
degree
this
in
timeline
commerce.
or another one. That
I
was being
got
tuned in by the
English lit
chronovisors.
classes.
But when they were training us for the chronovisor, they were
Question.
somewhat
I'm sorry.
ambivalent.
Question. Was it stable? Was it stable? By that I mean.
Soliloquy is basically a
Yeah, a monologue. It's a monologue. Like, yeah, but it's poetic.
You'd be in
But it doesn't
trouble.
have to be.
No, I guess it doesn't have to be, but I think of it as like in a Shakespeare sense.
Those are the famous ones. The soliloquies.
All right, so I'm
soliloquies, yeah.
I'm not as dumb as I think I am.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dumb.
Right. When they turned it off, it would go randomly through different time-space images, like a psychedelic short feature.
Got it.
But when they were operating it, they could operate it on a standing basis and send us to specific periods of time. For example, I spent much of the first half of the summer of 1971 in New Mexico being sent to the mud in the street in front of Ford's Theater to walk into Ford's Theater on April 14th of 1865.
No.
To get behind the balcony seating that the Lincolns were sitting in and see who shot President Abraham Lincoln. And they must have sent me, I don't know, 6, 7 times. In fact, on one of those jumps in the chronovisor.
So this, hey, little kid.
Yeah.
Clearly, well, I guess they didn't have a secret service back then. Maybe. The president is here. Let's just also let street urchins with strange futuristic clothes.
Well, but this is still chronovisoring, so he's just watching it.
Oh,
right. We haven't gotten to. We're still on number 2 of the 8
I
modalities.
thought.
No.
I thought because he was in the mud that we were physically there because he was talking about mud. So all right.
Yeah.
fair enough.
No. He's still chronovisoring it, so he's just
All right.
trying to learn for, I guess, curiosity's sake, who actually shot Lincoln.
My right, and I saw myself walking through the
Apparently you
theater.
don't think it was-
And only
Booth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I feel like there was a bunch of witnesses. I've never heard any controversy or like weird, like not like JFK.
Well, but
right?
maybe,
which is like
but maybe there should be.
Maybe.
This is the thing.
because it was like he ran up in front of like a crowded theater and shot him with a bunch of people there. So I think it's, anyways.
later on the 6th or 7th jump, I looked to my left and completed that meeting with myself. So there you
That's the other thing. So if he's gone there 7 times. Oh, that's why. That's how. Again, you've got the chronovisor thing. You can have that many non-physical presences watching. Yeah, it makes. So again, this is
Tommy Thomas
he was
is clearly a Mystery Science Theater.
he was
fan, too.
poo-pooing this particular phase. This sounds like a pretty good one.
Yeah.
All right.
In terms of the paradox of sending the same person to the same event in time space, there was actually a duplication of my own presence at that event.
That must have been really weird to meet yourself. My God.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing myself on the right, and I thought I was walking along a long mirror looking at my image. But then the image of myself over on my right deviated over to the right, and I thought, my God, that's not my image in a mirror. That is me,
right.
Probably on a later jump. And then on a later jump, I realized, hey, there I am over on the left looking at myself.
Okay, a couple of questions, if I might, please. Was your father at this point still involved in the project?
This is actually, that's a better question than the ones I was thinking of. Is where is your dad when this is happening?
Yeah.
Oh, my dad was one of the project principals on Project Pegasus.
Okay, and you were, you were how old, please?
I first teleported via Tesla Teleportation between the Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Woodridge, New Jersey.
This is not a straight
and
answer.
The Santa Fe, the New Mexico State Capitol grounds in Santa Fe, New Mexico,
right.
In the winter of 1968 at age 6.5.
6.5.
And that was... My father brought me right into a meeting with Dr. Harold Agnew when my dad was...
So,
Yes.
one of the principal researchers on this project. Okay, so yes, the U.S. DARPA, U.S. Army, big government, deep state has this time travel teleportation research project we're working on. Cool, great,
Cool.
Honestly, it's something probably the U.S. military has spent money on.
I'm sure they have.
Right? So we've got it. We figured it out. We got these 2 Air Force bases. We can do it. Well, we got to test this. Well, hey, I can bring my kid tomorrow, and we can have him do it. Oh, you sure you don't want us to get one of these like Marines we have floating around? No. No, it costs like a fortune to train those guys. We'll get my kid.
He's 6.5.
And he's small, so it'll take less teleporting to teleport him there.
Even though we're not physically teleporting people.
Should we get like a kid off the street or something? No, mine. Then there'll be less. I can, no one. I won't report him missing. So this is gonna be fine.
These are good points.
Don't tell my wife. She'll be super pissed if she finds out I'm teleporting.
These are good points.
Juju again. Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a super chat from Jay Victor.
Yes.
For $5.50, thank you, Jay.
Thank you again.
The Secret Service, ironically, was created by Abe Lincoln to combat counterfeiting.
True.
I feel like that was meant to be a fact. That's a real fact.
That is a real fact. What the hell is that doing on this show?
I thought maybe, as I was reading this, to combat time travel was maybe what I
would be ironically.
So Abraham Lincoln, before he was shot, whispered to somebody, "Hey,
yeah, he founded the time cops.
The same 6-year-old kid is here 5 times."
Yeah. Somebody.
What the hell?
There ought to be a law.
There ought to be. We need a government agency to stop these. They wouldn't have understood cloning at the time. To stop this. You would have thought it was like a sextuplet of kids standing in the mud waiting for me to get shot.
Creepy.
Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here, man.
Presenting the perspective.
How many times have you heard that in your life?
Countless.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to add.
To test Tesla teleportation on both adults and
That's
children.
less now, but there was certainly a period where I would also often hear, "These are the Daves I know." Especially, you probably, like I used to, there was a time in university, I lived in a house, there was myself, and my friend Dave R., my friend Dave K., and we were all 3 roommates.
That's right.
And our address was 1414 14th Street. That is a true fact. It was Dave and Dave at 1414 14th Street. And we got really tired of...
I bet.
Very quickly, yeah.
Speaking of,
hey,
look at that incoming from David K. I'm gonna sing for you. These are days, we know. These are days I know.
I actually don't. If that is my friend David K. His full name I will not say on YouTube, but
if it is,
text me, David. Let me know.
That's right.
This is actually you, because that would be awesome.
Most of us are David, but some of us are Dave.
No, Paul, don't. Just stop.
Well, here is my question.
Now everybody in chat's doing it too.
hard for me to imagine.
Yes, we all have the
a
same
dad
name, but we come
being
from
a
different
dad,
moms.
allowing
Let's
his
get it
own
out of his
son
system.
to participate in something that was potentially very, very dangerous. Now,
Yeah.
maybe from his point of view, it was not.
They don't know what you're pointing at.
I'm pointing at what Art's saying. That He's like, this son is potentially very, very
Yes,
dangerous.
correct.
And it's like, yeah. And I'm getting my
I thought maybe you were pointing at the floating Dave heads.
No, I'm not. That's
dangerous, but sending your own son into something like this is incredible. As you think back on it now, how do you think your dad justified this to himself?
Well, the defense technical community he was working for was looking at two threats. I call them the grays and the reds. Basically, they were concerned about what our extraterrestrial visitors might be presenting.
That's all right. I'm reading chat. I'm not even listening to him now because there's some really good.
All right, well, let's read the super chat first. Go ahead.
Brain cramp. $5. Thank you so very much. Little known fact. John Wilkes Booth was really trying to shoot the time travelers, but was a bad aim. See, this is the kind of fact I want in
Exactly.
chat.
That's what we thought we were getting before.
Yeah. None of these true.
None of these true facts that can be
I liked
verified.
God created the universe in 6 days and was appalled. Appalled. Get it? That's my kind of joke right there. Yeah. Very good, Fred Harvey. Very good. Oh, before you do that, maybe, Paul, is this time to... Do we need to... Because Paul made me a promise once.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
You're here now. Mm-hmm. How did that happen? We don't know how that happened. But
It just happened.
I know it's your involuntary teleportation
non-Tesla
retext.
method.
So the promise I made you once was back when I had when I got the 10,000 subscribers on this channel and the 100,000 subscribers on my other channel. And the same. Anyway, my friend Vice Rhino got me this Relicario.
Yes.
And I promised that I would save some for you, and I think this is enough for both of us.
I would say, and then some.
And then some. So I have been actually, literally, this is true. I've been saving this for this occasion.
Yep.
Do you want ice or no?
It's good enough. I think
Okay.
we're fine with it.
All right.
Maybe a little bit after. Just,
Tell me when.
That's good. Yep.
All right. And I will try a little bit with you. I don't think he's watching, but thank you so much to Vice Rhino.
Thank you, Vice Rhino.
Cheers.
Cheers. Here's to all of you.
And I am curious what you think.
Holy shit, that's smooth. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is the good stuff.
That is very good rum. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Celebration. That was a big celebration. Maybe when this channel gets to 20,000, we'll do something similar.
Thorum 13. We appreciate the super chat very much. No super chat there for us to read out, but we very much appreciate. Too young to feel this old. US $2. Cheers.
Woo! Thank you.
Stoiba.
Well, Shannon, if you come bring a glass, you can have some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yeah. As extra just salt in the wound, I have taken Shannon's glass and poured the rum she's not allowed to have. So good.
You must have teleported it here.
No. I mean, yes.
They weren't presuming there was a security threat, but they were mindful that
Could have been.
different species from outer space with superior technology and development might present a threat of colonization or domination of the world.
Yes, of course.
Enslavement of the world,
Yes, of
annihilation of the world. They were also concerned, I mean, it's funny to think back, but their chief concern regarding the former Soviet Union and their chief
No, it's still
conventional
there.
military threat that they were worried about was actually a landing of the Soviet Army on the continental United States by the Soviet Navy. So that was the background in the field he was working in. But personally,
That was the movie Red Dawn. This guy just watches movies.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's a more realistic thing to be afraid of than alien invasion. Here's always my problem with any alien invasion movie of any kind.
Okay.
There is one thing on Earth that you can't get easier and a bunch of other places in the galaxy, in our solar system, in the galaxy in general. Mm-hmm. And like that's literally human beings.
I'm gonna sneeze. Carry on.
Do it. Okay.
All right.
Right.
I'm allergic
That's why,
to you.
as the
Apparently.
it's not a great movie in any other regards, but the what's the Wachowski sibling one with Mila
Matrix?
Kunis? No. Jupiter Ascending.
Oh yes.
Right, where they literally they are harvesting humans.
Right.
Like this is a planet that you farmed, you went, and we're harvesting. Like, okay, well that makes sense because it's for whatever reason.
I hadn't thought about. They have 2 human farming movies.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, they clearly have a thing. Anyways, Gritmonger for $10 super chats, just waiting for the climax, where hundreds of time-traveling raptors battle time-echoed urchins in Ford's Theater with a dozen time-duplicated John Wilkes Booths. Gritmonger, you paid for your whole seat, but you're only gonna need the edge because, woo, what's coming? We have no idea.
Yeah. Except
we don't pre-listen. Yeah,
no, I don't pre-listen. But this was the thing when I was like spot checking.
yeah. We do a little prep work. Yeah.
Well, I have to cut out the copyright music, so that's just in transparency to the viewers. I have to get out. So anyway, but you can always see on the waveform the music, so it's easy to do. But just before that was one of them was he was talking about visiting dinosaurs. So that's what I'm waiting for.
I'm waiting for this John Wilkes Booth mega battle.
Yeah, I can't wait. Also, I feel like I hope someone in Art's audience was calling like Child Protective Service, although he's an adult now.
Yeah, I mean, this was something that happened in the 60s. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I assume there's a statute of limitations on that.
Probably.
On
teleporting your child up through time.
If it's been
I'm
5
sorry,
years,
ma'am.
sorry,
There's nothing we can do. Yeah, your husband
Yeah.
was sending your kid through time. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, if you called us at the time, we'd been able to step in. But
And also creating this paradox was what, you could travel back in time to...
You have the wrong department, ma'am. You want to call the Lincolnian Secret Service that was established to fight time-traveling urchins.
What you need to do, ma'am, is send your child back in time to that event so that you can do it within the statute.
Yeah.
But,
I'd recommend the Tesla method.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's teleportation. Well, we still haven't.
We don't know.
We haven't figured out how time travel figures into this. We're still in the first thing because we're bad.
We are 23 minutes in based on my math here.
We're all having a good time here, right? Right.
I hope so.
commented
I hope
one
everyone's having a good time.
When Raymond Kubik, his supervisor at Parsons, flew to New Mexico rather than teleported there to meet us during the summer of 1971, and he said, Ray doesn't
Lazy
think
ass.
that any of us should be teleporting. He thinks that the dangers haven't been worked out.
Sure.
But I think it's
Looks like
clear
your
that the
day's all
dangers
planned
have
out
been worked
tomorrow.
out. And, involving you, Andrew, every time human beings have gone to a better world, like let's say left their island after they exhausted the local fishery or went to another area of the forest to find happier hunting grounds, even if they had to ford an ocean or a river, let's say, it's very human for humans to have put their children on their shoulders and gone with them into that future realm, that future environment.
True.
That's not the same thing.
And that's what I'm doing with you.
That's not the same thing. An analogy would be the fishing has dried up here. I'm going to put my 6-year-old child in a basket and send him out. I'm going to stay here.
Yeah.
This isn't putting my child on my shoulder.
It's roughly the same thing.
No, it's no. As a parent, no.
It's pretty much. I'm not a parent, but let me tell you, from what I've seen,
Right.
Of sitcoms involving children, it's basically the same thing.
Oh, I
Basically
see.
the same thing. Yeah.
Well, the children are always smarter than the parents anyway, so.
Actually,
Damn right I'm coming back
Ray
alive,
Kubik
Shannon.
had sort of an uncle role in our family as we were growing up because he was my dad's supervisor at multiple defense contractors and a family friend. He said, your Uncle Ray thinks I shouldn't be involving you. And I told him, look, this is the human future. Why shouldn't we involve our children once we found from our Navy enlisted personnel that these devices are safe? And, I really feel privileged, even cosmically
For
privileged.
the same reason we don't get our children in to test new guns, so many things. It's like, well, This is safe. Why wouldn't we involve children? A million great reasons.
Yep.
I feel like your chrono goggles have fogged your mind, young man.
He's got some, what's the Stockholm syndrome?
He's got the Stockholm syndrome. Yep.
That my dad.
I just
made
realized
that mold.
looking, it looks like I am super drunk on chat, but that's just because I've the last couple days teleporting. You're exposed to a lot of radiation. This looks like maybe like a little sunburn, but no, it's the teleportation that did it.
So there's, so when you're, what SPF, as a multiple teleporter yourself, what SPF do you recommend to people?
About 5,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Choice. I should also add that my dad had served as
Which is tricky when you're involuntarily transporting,
Yeah.
because you just have to wear it all the time.
I'll tell you what this isn't. Mm-hmm. This definitely isn't just windburn from standing in a goddamn hurricane while trying to tour historic sites in downtown, maritime Canada. Because I just got here by teleportation via the atypical method.
Well,
what's on my?
I don't know what you're talking about, but
It's just my watch.
I can tell you that the weather here, it
really see
rained
it,
all
but-
day, so I don't know what kind of hypothetical you're talking about.
Yeah. Rained.
a combat.
The weather
medic
here is
and
broken. It rains sideways. It's not right. I've made my opinions on
driver
this known.
with the 13th Airborne Division in France and Germany during World War II, and he had seen a lot of death, and he had seen a lot of dead children as well, and he may have been somewhat.
So I'll send
coarsened
mine.
To the risk that I was undertaking, because to be sure, I was being exposed to new, dangerous, and experimental technologies.
But
But I
not
think his
only
Yes.
would your father have to be a bad person and be desensitized or something, like presumably he's not just doing all this by himself. There's other people involved who are like, it's like, I want to put my 6-year-old kid through this, and they're like, okay, yeah, sounds good.
Well, human resources was invented, as far as I know, in in 1988 or so.
But I bet there's another guy there who's Oppenheimer probably was like, oh,
No, but apparently
no.
his uncle, was it Uncle Roger or whatever, his uncle there, the person he's calling his uncle,
Yeah,
it had clearly expressed some concerns.
yeah, yeah.
would be.
But oh well.
Oh well.
Dad says it's fine.
Look, if we're going to maintain our autonomy as a human race on Earth against the extraterrestrials who are coming here, who we don't know what security threat they pose, vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, we have to take our entire civilization into this better world, this world in which we can be, teleporting between London and Sydney in 3 seconds, not in 24 hours. So he
that
was
sounds pretty
adamant
good.
about the fact that he had.
But I don't think it's for everybody. We're gonna leave the plebeians, Paul. We'll just keep toiling in the factories, building the vacuuming robots for us in our teleporting super mansions.
Well, and of course, the
Therefore, little Wilf. Concordantly. That in a long time. Very good, Machete.
it's probably those airline pilots. They're probably the ones suppressing the teleportation.
Yeah, the ones in the captains of the boats that patrol the ice mountain wall on the edge of the world.
Yeah, they're
Firmament.
because it's big travel, big transport, keeping the teleportation technology out of our hands.
Through the moral choice making, and in his mind reached the right moral conclusion, that especially because of the reasons why children were involved. I'd like to share those with you.
Okay, I mean, I understand. At 6.5, I understand. Oh, Dad, I want to do this. Whether it's for mankind or because it's fun or it's whatever. A 6.5-year-old, of course you wanted to do it. Dad, Harder choice, deeper thought.
Well, yeah, but there were national security considerations. So let me share those.
Sure.
The reason children were used in Pegasus, the first reason is we were experimentees. They had this Tesla teleportation technology, and they expected to be teleporting, for example, the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and other executive, military, and intelligence officials, and their families. So we were experimentees into the mental and physical effects of Tesla teleportation on bright, healthy children from stable, intact family backgrounds, such as the first children would be.
Right.
See, I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that at the high level, like, we have this teleportation technology, and we want to know what does this do to developing minds.
Okay.
So if I'm lead researcher in this department, I'm not taking my kids and testing. It's like there's billions of kids in the world. Let's grab one of those ones. Or maybe start with like it's like, oh, this kid has terminal cancer. It's like, well, that's sad, but tell you what, let's teleport them and see if their brain explodes first. That's the harsh, cold realities of.
It would be, yeah. You wouldn't.
But I definitely pretty sure
actually,
I'm one of the intelligent.
He tried to waylay that because he's like, well, no, it's got to be the psyche on upstanding, healthy, privileged families.
It is true. If it's a real study, you want to get like you don't want other things. But either way, probably not going to do it with your kid. It's like the people testing lipstick on rabbits aren't taking like their pet rabbit down to the L'Oreal labs to see what this new shampoo is going to do when we put it in its eyes. We grab some,
I do like the even in 2005, it's just fine to say, well, of course, the president would have a stable family with well-adjusted children.
Paul, don't get your politics here. This isn't.
No, but all I'm saying is, if he really could time travel, he'd have been able to look ahead to perhaps. Let's say 2018.
In theory. Just to pick
a random date.
Random year.
And say, hey, does the president in 2018, does he have a stable family with well-adjusted children?
He's got 2.
All right, we missed some super chats.
We did. I think that's the first one you had.
Oh, is that the first one?
Because
from Jay Victor?
Jay Victor. Super chats. The famous ethics committee at Los Alamos. Yes, dropped some serious balls in the 70s. They probably they did.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah.
Oh, where's the other one? Oh, here we are.
Right there. Gritmonger. Children cheaper, more plentiful than monkeys. That is sadly accurate.
Actually, it's true.
But again, it's even if you take it, it's like we're going to be experimenting on kids, and just take all of the ethical concerns out of that. Still probably wouldn't choose your own personal child. Yeah.
Unless you just didn't like your own child.
I guess.
I knew it's his way of getting out of raising this one.
Yeah.
Think of the Obama daughters, Sasha and Malia. When they first came into public limelight, they were about the age that I was when I was first teleporting to make teleportation safe for the country's first children, because they would be going with, their dad, the president. If we implemented this.
To the, because they're going to be teleporting.
Yeah, when we teleport to Paris?
Yeah. Because Air Force One is expensive, so we're going to.
That is I'm curious how expensive this Tesla teleportation.
That's true.
Process.
Well, they sent him 6 times just for. I guess that doesn't tell us.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
The Army will spend a lot of money on.
They
stuff.
will. It's my understanding like some individual missiles cost like several $1 million just per missile. So yeah.
Yeah.
And they do
have like
tests
5 of them.
and they'll do tests in the desert on those for so makes sense.
Executive branch. Okay. The second reason is we were necessities, and this goes back to the chronovisors. The chronovisors saw so much experimentation in Pegasus because, unlike Tesla teleportation, they could go back in the past on an unlimited basis. I was sent, for example, on my second chronovisor jump to 100 million BC. To see some dinosaurs in prehistoric Arizona. If that had been done with Tesla teleportation, I would have been stranded there. I would have been lost in time, not in space, but in time. So they were working extensively with chronovision because of this unbounded time envelope. If you sent, again, if they could only use the Tesla.
This is not the you just. I went and saw dinosaurs in Arizona.
Yeah.
But I'm going to speak more about the regulations.
It still doesn't. None of that explains why they had to use children for it.
That's true.
Because the chronovisors could go back wherever. It's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, if you time machine back to a point before, it's like, well, you got to build a time machine. So because you can't time machine the time machine,
Right.
Like it's the old Terminator thing. Like Skynet, we can send you back.
Right.
But it's not like you have a little thing in your pocket that you can, it's this whole big apparatus. So it's like you're there forever. Unless we like teleport you to a time when they have time travel, and then you can just time travel back, presumably. All right. Anyways,
I hope
chronovisors. That's hopefully you got some more dinosaurs.
I want to hear more about the
Oh,
dinosaurs.
maybe Art will be like, wait. You've seen
Can
dinosaurs?
we rewind this a minute here?
Did they have feathers? What's going on?
Skeptic and Scoundrel became a member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another month. It's like teleporting through time.
It is. It's like traveling through time at the speed of time.
Forward directional. Shannon Q has been a member for 4 months. Oh, cool. Team Black Box for life.
Black box for life.
Woo. And we got another brain cramp also on Team Black Box.
Team Black Box.
teleportation for jumps backward in time of a day, a week, a year, but not before the advent of Tesla teleportation. That was not so with the chronovision, because when they collapsed the holograms, we were back on the stage in New Jersey or New Mexico or wherever the device had originally been located that propagated the hologram that sent us back in time. Now, because the holograms were going on the blink all the time and the technicians were having conniption fits, basically trying to make them stable, they found that they needed to use either very bright adult diminutive people, small people, little people, or they could use bright, they could use children from gifted and talented student programs around the country. And they thought, well, since they're also going to be trainees to be the first generation of adult American chrononauts trained in child.
Why do these people have to be physically small? Has he ever explained that?
So because of the technicians were having conniptions keeping them stable.
Okay.
So I'm guessing follows from what I'm supposed to read from that is that the size of the hologram affects the size of what can go through, and they're better at keeping it stable when it was small because he was wanting to send. They were wanting to send little people or children.
Right.
I'm not quite clear on exactly. He also said, well, they need to be bright. I guess bright in case you run into trouble.
Well, no, because he said the amount of information, it was so dense. Basically, the information stream with this laser going that you had to be a gifted person in some way to be able to interpret the data. It's like looking at the Matrix,
Gotcha.
Reading the code. Yeah. Oh, we got another super chat. I thought he said Young Einstein when first, which is a Yahoo Serious is Young Einstein.
Yeah, that's right.
Silver linings, : at least Andrew is not a young Earth creationist. You don't know that.
Indeed.
Oh, wait, I guess you do, because he went back a few...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know. So he was willing to say that 100 million... That's right. 100 million years ago, that's when he saw the dinosaurs. So, true.
Yeah.
Good.
This totally ruins... Ken Hams, were you there? Now, I need to find this Andrew.
Yeah, because...
So that I can use him to combat young Earth creationism and say, well, no, here's a guy who was there 100 million years ago.
Yeah, he saw it. I mean, although he wasn't, he just saw a chrono vision through the chronovisors using the chrono ray.
I guess I'll have to consult the young Earth creationists.
Him and some particularly bright little people. So maybe he's not the best person to use to combat Ken Hams.
Okay.
Or maybe he is. Maybe this is kind of... Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
work
We've got an
with
answer for everything.
bright and gifted children, gifted and talented children, rather than with diminutive adults. So we were also trainees. I was present in a kind of a sidebar discussion between the defense attaché to Project Pegasus, Donald Rumsfeld, and my father at a bar in Albuquerque
Rumsfeld
sometime
was
in the
also
early
involved in
70s.
Project Pegasus. Senator McCain, Rumsfeld,
all
Oppenheimer.
all the big names from the 2005s.
Not Albert Einstein.
Nope.
Or maybe.
But
Yeah.
he's got his names. His name dropping is on point.
Secretary Rumsfeld said the following to my father. He said, "Ray, we expect to send the children to the Naval Academy and use that as a pretext for involving them in future project activities." And in fact, I was set up to go to the Naval Academy, and really my refusal to meet with my local congressman, who was Barry Goldwater Jr., really began my rebellion and what would become my truth.
When he was 6.5, he refused to.
No, I believe this was his later stint.
okay.
Because the 6.5 would have been way before Rumsfeld.
Yeah, well, this is why we could.
Because he did say he and then he did it, and then he came back as an
We're
adult.
finally getting to his second stint.
Yeah.
So are we literally just getting one sentence? We just said, I traveled back in time 100 million years to see some dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And there's no follow-up questions on that.
To be fair, he never promised more information about the dinosaurs.
This is my expectation,
You
I
heard
understand.
a bit of it and just were like, I like dinosaurs. Let's just fucking throw a dinosaur picture on my thumbnail. And everybody... This is the Stargate fiasco
You had better-
all over again.
There better be more. I don't care about the thumbnail. Well, I do, but
This is why we shouldn't do opening panels for our YouTube shine shows.
I want more information about the dinosaur travel and less information about standing in the mud outside of Ford Theater.
Campaign regarding the time travel activities that I was secretly involved with by the United States government. I decided to not accept the bid to go to Annapolis, even though the skids had been greased for me to go there, because I was one of the kids who had served in a time travel capacity earlier in my life in Pegasus.
Right.
So we were also...
He's just got that on his resume.
Yeah. I feel like that's...
Yeah, I was a captain of the debate team. Set a record for the triple jump, and by the way, I was on the time travel group.
Yeah.
It looks good on the CV.
Yeah. Either you're getting a scholarship to Annapolis or, a bullet in the back of the head from a CIA sharpshooter.
From someone from Lincoln's group.
Lincoln's time cops.
They jumped forward in time.
Yeah.
It's that kid from the mud.
The kid
Shoot
knows
him.
too much,
There's- Where's the other 5 of them?
Yeah.
We got to shoot all 6.
trainees. We were time-space cadets that they were grooming to use in adulthood.
I've got it. But as he sent you back, particularly multiple times to the same location, had they already
about the
determined
dinosaurs.
that there were not going to be paradox problems, or was that a possible danger for you when you went back and met yourself or whatever?
No. After deciding that children had to be used, and my dad having the faith in me as a tough, blocky-headed, very bright young man, we were still dealing with the threat. In fact,
Blocky-headed? Does it mean you have a thick skull?
I think he means mentally resilient.
Mentally tough. All right.
But, I mean, blockhead is usually a less than complimentary term.
of catastrophe. Let me just cite one example. When we were trained by Jack Pruitt in summer of '70 to begin Tesla teleporting, we had some contingency.
Savage Cobra. So naive. You do when you time travel. They just don't tell you about it.
Meaning that if, for example, we jumped through the
Come
device
on,
of Curtis
people.
Wright in 1971, and we found to our dismay that it was 1791 in Santa Fe when we got there,
Right.
we should approach the most responsible person we could find, the parish priest, the sheriff, the town mayor.
I feel like I need to pause that. That left some music in there.
Demonetized right there.
And asked to be adopted into his house
I'm not going to sing it.
Don't think we're gonna get. Yep.
Yeah.
because we were going to be stuck.
I only
there.
joke about being demonetized. I don't actually
Hold
try
it right
to.
there. We're at a break point. Stand by. Welcome back, Andrew. That was fascinating. In other words, you had instructions
fascinating.
to approach somebody and actually.
Oh, right. So yeah. So he had instructions to go. So I don't think this would be. This is going to tell us 2005 because they said, "Yo, find someone in the clergy." Mm-hmm. I'm a 6-year-old boy. Let me go find someone from the clergy and say, "I have no responsible adult anywhere near me. Would you let me live in your home, Mr. Clergyman?" Let me reiterate. No adult will be checking up on me.
I know a very good joke. I'm gonna. Okay,
are we saving for the end?
We'll save it for the end, but that just reminded me of it.
I feel like in 2020 or so.
Look, it's got a. It's the beer is called Sea Piper, and there is a piper playing. It's also a piper. A piper who's a piper. The can appealed to me.
I
don't know what's going on, but Vishanti keeps kicking some guy out.
Oh, okay.
Or girl. Trolls can be anybody. We're open or otherwise. Guy, girl, all points in between.
I don't even know if trolls have genders.
If you've ever seen one, you'd know.
Okay.
They definitely do.
Broached the subject of adoption because you weren't going to get back.
Well, there was always the threat that there would be a quantum excursion.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, just advice to now, if you send your 6-year-old, back in time, maybe don't recommend that they cozy up to clergy members.
He said there was always a threat there was going to be a quantum, and then we cut it off.
Quantum entanglement.
Is that so? What's this threat? I'm curious
in fact, there was one. One time we jumped through the device at Curtis Wright, the Tesla teleportation device there.
Of course, yeah.
Which propagated a vortal tunnel in time-space through which we flew, and then when the tunnel closed, we found footfall at our destination on Earth, in real time.
Right.
But the problem was that a particular arrival wasn't a real-time arrival. We realized that the landscape around the Roundhouse and the other prominent buildings in the Santa Fe State Capitol complex there in New Mexico had changed. And so we asked some young people coming out of the Roundhouse at about 5:30 at night. We had milled around for several hours wondering why Jack Pruitt was not there and so forth, our contact. And we asked them what year it was, and they said, you kids don't know what year it is? It's 1991. So we had actually slipped through in a quantum excursion 20 years into the future. I was the captain of Blue Team. There were 14 regiments that were color-coded of 10 children.
It's like intramural soccer.
Okay.
I was on the blue team,
yeah.
And the orange team and the yellow team, we were all in.
Okay, yeah.
So at this point, wait, now we have whole teams of children.
Oh, yeah. It's not just him.
Okay.
So there's even less reason for one of the principal researchers to involve.
I suppose, but at this point, I'm hoping that not all hoping. Which children do I want to send to their death in time travel, I guess. I'm not going to go there.
Isn't it true that liars often include? Yes. I mean, that's just lying 101 is mix as much truth as you possibly can into your lie.
No, New Testament scholars assure me that if a detail is embarrassing, that it is automatically true.
Okay.
Any embarrassing detail in all of history books, it's true because why would you say it if you didn't?
Right.
Yeah.
So coming at this from a
what? Actual historian?
Well, no. I was going to say the perspective of somebody trying to get how to say this without if you want people to give you money for things that maybe aren't true.
Unlike religion.
Or certain less than legal activities that people may or may not have tangential, unproven associations with. Yes, if you want to commit fraud, a really good way to do it, you want to have as many verifiable facts, real truths mixed in. That's the name drop. Yeah, that's just lying 101. Have as much. If you can have it 95% true and 5% lie, that's amazing. So the more that people check, it's like, oh well, this is true. It's also, to be fair, the converse. like in legal, like if you can prove that one thing a witness said is incorrect in a trial, it's like, well, often to a jury or everybody, it's like their entire testimony is now
Right, sullied it.
if
Or
they lie about
discardable.
this person
Yep.
could be lying about everything. So nothing they say is, that is a Anyways, nobody
in
here-
a group, and sometimes they would augment with
good.
the 9th and 10th child chrononaut. In this particular exercise,
Chrononaut.
all 10 of us were there in
it was a
blue team.
chrononaut, which is chronovisor
And so
and the chronovisor.
I had specialized training to pull rank and lead the team in cases of catastrophe like this.
did he? He had specialized training to pull rank amongst the other
Amongst the other,
6-year-olds.
it's not a Lord of the Flies situation because I have official rank.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have to have special
So I
training?
asked you
Anyways,
Talk to the
It's like a babysitting certificate ultimately. Yeah.
security chief for the entire New Mexico State Capitol complex, and actually his lieutenant showed up, and I said, "Are you the guy that controls security for the entire complex?" And he said, "No, that's my boss." And I said, "I want to talk to your boss." So about another hour later, it's now 6:30, 7 o'clock at the Roundhouse. We're still milling around after having jumped there in the the late morning, like 11:30 or so. And I said to him, "Sir," I told him that we were attached to Project Pegasus. It involved teleportation, and there was a programmatic linkage to the Sandia National Labs because that's where the teleporter was that we were using to get back to New Jersey in the early 70s. And this man is leaning over, looking down at me kind of sarcastically. And I said, "Sir, I have to tell you, you can laugh, but at the end of the day, I'll still be 2,000 miles and 20 years from home." And then he got serious suddenly and said, "I will call Sandia." It's now about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. A white van shows up, and a young man in his late 30s with a ginger-colored Van Dyke beard, a physicist type, gets out and starts taking roll of all 10 of us. Are you Andy Bashar?
when this happened,
Yes. When this happened,
because he traveled
Forward.
to the future, forward in time, into the 90s, in 91, I believe he said, when he
Yep.
was from the 60s. 70, whenever he was 6.5, 60s, I think he said, but whatever. 20 years, so whatever, 71. And presumably in the story, he gets back because he then lives his life and has
Right.
told us already things from things. So they would know, right? Like, you would think the army would be expecting them. We got a real Bill and Ted situation going on here, right? Like, they should have known. It's like, oh, on this date or sometime this year, these group of children are going to show up. So
yeah. So how about someone waiting for
so
them?
be ready for them, not.
Right.
Also, there's just like a random group of like 6 kids or whatever, however many 6-year-old children
Yep.
walking around a military base, and I want to talk.
In
like-
70s outfits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 90, like, just don't know. And it's like, even if you accept it's like it's on base, so there are children of, soldiers and going, it's still it's like, I don't have a military background, but I know enough about small towns to know that if a group of, 5 to 10 strange 6-year-olds is walking around, pretty quick, every fucking person in town is
Right.
going to know, hey, there's this group of children just walking around town, and are these your kids? Whose kids are these? Somebody needs to
Yep.
get this figured out right now.
Also, Andrew could have said, so my name is Andrew, and I forgot his last name already. Andrew, whatever.
I always want to say Baylock, but it is not.
Andrew
That's
Baylock.
That's from Indiana Jones.
If you look at That's right.
Bill, yeah.
if you look at the records, either I am currently 26 years old somewhere, or you can, or I went missing in 1971.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a real last surprise. We missed a super chat or two
Uh-oh.
in there.
Missed the super
Paul.
chat. All right, we got this one. We got from Timothy Harmon for $5 US.
Uh-huh.
In a sense, aren't you guys trying to have us give you money for things that aren't true? E.g., chrononauts?
Okay, couple
Well-
points.
Okay.
we're not trying anything. You just gave us money. 2, everything we say is absolutely true. The people that are on this show, we can't vouch for that. That's out of our control. We're playing radio shows from 20 years ago.
Right.
And every of it's true.
That's right. We're also not. We are presenting. I feel like we're presenting these shows with some level of skepticism.
That's because you have no romance in your soul.
That's true. Also, there's no soul.
I'm very romantic, especially in my soul.
There is no. That's not a thing.
Yeah, that you know of.
Jeremiah Coleman, welcome as a member. Appreciate you, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
Welcome to the Black Box Club. Oh, and I guess, is that what also happened? Too Young to Feel As Good also became a member of the Black Box Club.
Welcome.
All right. I'm feeling a little bit hurt from Timothy's accusations.
It's a question, Paul.
It's a question. Well, I don't.
There shouldn't be a question that you're afraid to ask if you're asking it in an honest spirit.
Well, it's not that. I mean, in a way, that would then, if you want to extend this, that would be like saying, well, isn't the director of the latest movie, isn't Martin Scorsese trying to make us give him money for things that aren't true?
Well, no, because he's creating fabricated stories. That's a completely inappropriate analogy, because we are creating. This is essentially a documentary. This is a research project. This is a scientific thesis. We are presenting hard facts about Tesla, the Tesla teleportation method and the time travel benefits of it that you can feel are truly in your soul. And that's how you know that this is right.
Okay. I think it's time to move on.
Thanks, small random objects.
Thank you. That's right.
Sure. Are you David such and such? Are you Sharon such and such? Everybody was accounted for. He said, "Come on, kids. I'm going to take you down to Sandia, and we're going to try to get you not just back to New Jersey, but back to 1971."
Where was Bill and Ted from? No, San Demos. That's what it was, right?
Oh, okay.
San Demos football rules. Yeah.
Accident. We had a quantum excursion where we were dealing with the paradox. In my own life, in 1991, I was simultaneously 29 years of age and attending law school in Portland, Oregon. The question is, were both those things going on simultaneously? Well, if that was 1991 on my alpha timeline, the same timeline I was on in 1991, the answer is yes. I would have been in two places at the same time, but at different ages.
Okay, so what can
Jeremiah
you tell
Coleman.
us about...
Hey, well, for what it's worth, Jeremiah, I also grew up Christian Missionary Alliance. That is my background as well.
It is true.
Yeah.
That's how we met, as it were.
That is how we met. Yep. Church buddies. Hey, Paul. Go church. He high-fived it. You all saw it. It's on stream. Somebody clip that.
Yeah.
Also, Ken Ham right away.
I feel like the better clip is me recommending that 6-year-olds seek out people from the clergy.
I feel like there's so many snippets you could take from this. Yeah. Oh,
the problem
we
with
have
paradox
fun, right,
in time
We
travel.
do have fun.
Is it simply
the
not a
important
problem
thing.
as we imagine it to be?
On and
Because
off
you
stream.
obviously we're in two places at one time without apparent consequence.
Well, I have very
Well, there were 6 of you at the Lincoln shooting, so
Yeah.
clearly that's fine.
that's fine.
strong opinions about this, and I think the primary question that's asked is, can you go back and change the past?
Yes.
And that implicates the grandfather paradox.
Here we go. This is now we're getting into
right.
now we're getting into the meat
Kill
and
Hitler
potatoes.
paradox. Would you?
Right.
If you go back in time and kill Adolf Hitler when he's still an obscure Viennese postcard painter, how would you know about his rise to power? You'd prevent his rise to power, and you wouldn't know about him to have the motive to go back and kill him before his awful rise to terror, to
Right.
the political prominence. The
We all know what
grandfather
Hitler would. All right, you don't need to. Anyways, yeah.
of course, being if you went back in time and killed one of your immediate ancestors, what would happen? Would you suddenly blink out? Would a new timeline start? Would
These
you
are
be
the
able
questions,
to kill
yeah.
your ancestor to prevent your own existence? The answer to all of these questions basically is that In quantum physics, we have what we call the collapse of the wave function, which is to say that at a certain moment in time, the present falls into existence and then continues dimensionally, passing through the time stream perpetually. Okay, so really, what happens?
I don't know if it's okay. You may have to break that down.
Yeah, there we go, Art.
Thank you, Art. I don't know if that's actually just
So the reframulator jigifies the quasi-bits. Anyways, I'm sorry, what? That's good. Okay, Art needs to bring it up. While we're paused, we might as well
read a super chat or two.
two super chats.
Oh
A
my
couple,
goodness.
We're... Hidden Gnosis.
Gnosis.
What?
Gnosis.
No,
Knowledge.
I'm a brother. Did you like that? Did you like me setting him up? Anyways, Hidden Gnosis. Chatted for $19.99. These are always great. Not too long ago, I listened to one of these where someone secretly interviewed a lizard woman from the center of the earth. 3 hours of absolute BS, and I could not stop listening. See, this Hidden Gnosis gets it. It's true. Like it's the craziest nonsense, but you can't stop. You can't stop listening. Yep. This is why we love Art Bell. J. Victor again. Thank you again, J. Victor. As we all learn from the great JCVD's character study Time Cop, yes, the documentary Time Cop, you should never physically interact with yourself, with your past self. Yep, it's fine as long as if I remember the rules of the documentary Time Cop, if you touch yourself in the past, it's like some kind of crazy time explosion.
It has been a
thing.
long time since I saw that movie.
That was it 90s? Is that when Time Cop came out? Like
Yeah, for sure.
97
If it
or
was
something
Jean-Claude
like that?
Van Damme was only relevant for like 7 years.
Yeah, and then he has a little brief.
Right. Also, definitely don't have sex with yourself.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's just,
That's just good sense.
Oh my goodness, somebody's throwing out.
I think we're getting some more memberships.
Yeah,
we got Skeptics and Scoundrels. Welcome, Skeptics and Scoundrel, to the Black Box family. All right.
Into English for me. I understand.
Exactly like Ancient Aliens is
physicists, for
just
example, theoretical
the
ones.
new version of Coast to Coast AM. That's all it is, and it's a pale shadow of it.
Right.
We'll just say that.
But also, to a conversation we've had recently, even, it's actually the audio format is better for this because the audience can fill in the visuals on their own.
Paul and I were talking about this the other day. Yes, that is one of the. So you watch Ancient Aliens with their like shitty ass CG and stuff because it's a low budget, History Channel show. Yeah.
With this, with the audio in old incarnation, I can imagine in full high res detail how this should look. When, for example, when someone's shooting a Bigfoot, I can
possibly a homeless man. For that,
right? Yes,
that episode
that's
was
the one.
Even listening, I'm like, even this is true. Holy shit, this guy's
someone just a sovereign citizen who lives in the woods.
Sovereign citizen. Yeah, I'm not shooting. I'm weaponizing. I don't need a permit. Yeah. I don't need a driver's. Oh my god, the Sovereign Citizen. That's one of my guilty pleasures is watching Sovereign Citizen.
Oh really?
On the internet. Oh, I love it.
Oh, because
yeah.
Then you and I, we've never had this conversation before. I got some Sovereign Citizen. We can talk. Yeah, well, some of the people I cover on my channel are Sovereign Citizens.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me even a little bit.
Yeah,
no, that feels like very hand in hand. Yeah.
Instead of a paradox developing, a different bubble with a different timeline results. Is that what you're essentially saying?
No, that doesn't happen. Actually, what happens when you go back and you try to change the past, you're in the original event. So the paradox actually is the paradox of retrocausation. Let me use an example. When in 1972, I was sent by Dr. Sterling Colgate and my father from a time lab in East Hanover, New Jersey. The building's still...
The toothpaste people are involved as well.
Okay.
There. It's the brick daycare center at a Presbyterian church on School Road in East Hanover, New Jersey. That was a time lab in the early 70s. I was sent there via a technology called plasma confinement to the day that Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, which
So
was
not
November.
the Tesla method of teleportation. This is plasma confinement.
But also he's gone back to the Gettysburg Address.
by plasma. Or was that by plasma? Yeah.
Yeah, plasma. He's interacting far too much with Abraham Lincoln at this point. That is why Abraham Lincoln created the time cops to go kill him
And
in the future.
I don't want to cast aspersions on the American education system and go, but like it's all like, oh, it's the Gettysburg Address. It's Lincoln, it's like there's thousands of years of human history.
Right.
And a whole world outside your borders. Fucking America, get with the program,
Well, maybe they were being responsible, saying, well, if we
Go see the execution of Louis XVI,
but if they destroy history, they want to just, we'll be
I guess that's
good,
fair.
we'll be good world citizens and just destroy our own history. Mm-hmm. As opposed to, No, you're probably right. They probably hadn't heard of...
Oh, but this is
Yeah.
Gargoyle's time travel. When you go back, it turns out your presence past was already how it is. Yes, that is. Is that a history?
What, you mean
I get them mixed up.
A theory of time?
A theory of time. Yeah, that like
A history of time is... I forget which is... You're right, I forget which
Yeah.
is which. One of them is that all time is laid out like a book, and you could look at any
line.
page you want,
okay.
and it all... Like, it doesn't change. You're just...
So like if you time travel back, and it's like you always would have time traveled back. Like
Right.
time is what it is.
Right.
So yeah, it's like Gargoyles. I mean, there's a number of shows and movies where it's like, if you go back and you do, it's the old like, oh, I did a thing and I ended up causing the Peloponnesian War
Right.
because whatever, blah blah blah. Yeah,
Versus the other one, I think A theory of time. But
I think that's A is like that. It's a line. It's unchangeable.
right.
It's
And but the opposite theory is that there is a cause. There's a series of events that
Yeah.
can be disrupted theoretically.
And it's the I feel like nobody on Earth cares about this but us, or certainly the people in chat. B theory is kind of like time isn't a linear. The way we perceive time is not actually how time works. It's not so much. It's kind of like you say, like it's a direction. Like you can.
Right.
It's another
It's a
dimension.
It's a trajectory. It's a vector.
And it ties in with like a lot of quantum things and
Right.
stuff. And it's like so. We just because we perceive cause and effect doesn't actually mean that is the way that things happen.
Right.
It's much more of a blah blah blah, as Doctor Who would say, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. But it's kind of like it's a big bowl of stuff. It's a thing that our limited perception can't pick up right.
Brain cramp
Yes.
for $5 writes, is this why Abraham Lincoln is best known as a vampire hunter? Yes, that is how he's best known.
Best known.
Were the vampires really time travelers?
I will say this.
Yes.
Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter is an excellent book. The movie is hot garbage and should be avoided at all costs. But the book is actually really good, and I highly recommend everybody go pick up a copy or read it. If
So
get a
you and
chance.
I were in the comic book business, graphic novel business.
Yep.
At one point in time. I did actually get to talk to the creators of the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter
Novel.
graphic novel at one point. And we talked a
Well, it's
little
like
bit.
the original is like a novel, like a book.
Oh, okay. But I talked to the graphic novel type
Yeah.
people. And it,
I'm sorry, Vishanti.
and so my understanding was that they licensed the property based on the title
Yeah.
entirely, and that they licensed it before the graphic novel presentation or the novel, I guess, was finished.
Right.
And they started like scripting and creating it, and they didn't actually even care.
Which is also the story behind Cowboys and Aliens.
Or maybe I'm conflating those two.
Because I know that's the story behind Cowboys, that they just bought it sight unseen on the title alone. And then when they actually read it, it's like, oh, this actually isn't a very good story at all.
Right. No,
yeah.
I might be mixing those two. I'm pretty sure I'm right that this might just because this happened all the time. In fact, some of my properties have been licensed before, and again, they actually, yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter.
See, Skeptics and Scoundrel, this is, Paul and I were talking about this earlier, over the phone, we were talking about this earlier today, that there shouldn't be any human being that you 100% agree with. Someone's pointing out.
Oh, yeah.
Sandy and I have various differing opinions on Abraham Lincoln, even though we're often in lockstep on pop culture thoughts.
Correct, yes. There should be...
But if there's anybody you 100% agree in, keep an eye on that person. Something's up. Either they're lying or... You know what I mean? Yeah. If somebody agrees with all of your opinions 100%, don't trust that person.
Then it might be Brad Pitt in a Fight Club situation.
Could be. Exactly.
You're just imagining that person because they have the same
or they're
brain
trying
as
to
you.
con you, or they're just lying to try to ingratiate. There's some kind of manipulation.
For Fight Club.
Yeah, it's fine. I think the statute of limitations is
All right.
passed on this 25-year-old movie. Also, King Kong dies at the end. It turns out man's the real monster. Did I ever tell you that? There was somebody, I can't remember what's, because when they did like the remake of King Kong, right? The
Peter Jackson
one. And so they came with it, and it was climbing, and I'm like, oh, and I threw, like, I hadn't seen the movie yet, and went, and I was like, yeah, and I'm like, I'm excited to see like a modern take of like the fighter plane on the Empire State Building, and when they shoot him and kill King Kong. And you're like, oh, dude, spoilers, and I'm like, it's nearly a goddamn 100-year-old movie. It's like, have you seen Passion of the Christ? Spoiler alert: Jesus dies at the end. It's
So actually,
You can't-
that is not how Passion of the Christ ends.
well, you know what I mean.
I do, but yes.
Yeah. Don't get your pedantics to ruin my good joke.
Did you know they're making a sequel to Passion of the Christ?
Is it called Human History?
It's called Resurrection. It's
Okay.
called Passion of the Christ
Like, is
Resurrection.
it Mel Gibson involved?
Mel
They're
Gibson.
making- okay. Yeah.
Someone decided to give him another chance. But it's not.
It was actually it wasn't XKCD. It was Penny Arcade, whose joke I just snapped. Copper Bradley is thrown out. Yep.
It is not the post-resurrection appearances as recorded in the Gospels.
Very good. Skeptic. Okay. Yep.
Apparently, what the story Mel wants to tell is the part in the Bible where it briefly alludes to the
Chad
fact
is very good right now. Yeah. Sorry.
that Jesus goes to hell
Yeah.
and visits the people in hell.
Oh, okay.
And that's the movie Mel wanted to make.
Which is a Christian.
It is. It's a Christian doctrine, but it's still like, oh, how do I outgross people more than what I did in Passion of the Christ? Well, let's visit hell.
I mean, honestly, I would watch that movie.
Well, that's what he's making. So, yeah.
It's like, I'm more interested. Did you know they're making a sequel to John Constantine with Keanu Reeves?
They are not.
They aren't? Mm-mm. I heard okay, so this was like an internet story thing?
No. That got quelched in the whole James Gunn takeover.
Oh, I thought Gunn was still like, I'm on board with this.
Oh, I had heard, so this might be open question.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that was part of, it does make sense that James Gunn would be cool with it.
Yeah. Because it's not in the thing, and
I think James
I thought it
would
was still
bring it
very.
into- Well, look it up. Because
Yeah.
Because I will be happy to be. This is the first thing I will be so happy to be wrong about that. But yeah, okay, all right. So did we miss super chats?
I mean, probably. I hear that fax machine noise.
J. Victor, the novel Blade Runner has nothing to do with Philip's Do Android Sleep story that was licensed for its cool title only. Wait, the novel Blade Runner or the movie Blade Runner?
Well, the novel's Blade Runner. No, the movie's Blade Runner. The novel's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Right, but I don't think there was a novel between the short story and the movie.
No.
So I'm a little bit confused. But if I just substitute the word movie here, the movie Blade Runner has nothing to do with Do Android Sleep story and was like
Dream of Electric Sheep.
But
He's right in that. Sorry, you might not be he. I apologize, J. Victor, if I'm misgendering you. But the movie Blade Runner, plot wise, story wise, has almost no resemblance to Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep.
Right.
But it was licensed from that, and like Philip Dick's, like there was money, like they bought. The story.
And
like
it's in the opening credits.
Yeah.
It's based on.
But you're absolutely correct in that those two stories are essentially like they almost didn't need to bother because it's what came out is such a different
Well,
thing.
but
that it's
not
like
only
you could've
that,
just made a
Elephant in the Room, they didn't actually even use the title.
no, like
So if you're licensing it for the title, you didn't even use that.
But it's I think it was like they licensed it and then ended up coming. And I mean I love Blade Runner.
It's way too long a title. Do Android Sheep dream of?
But I mean there is enough like the term Blade Runner is in Replicants like a lot of in the Tyrell Corporation like all of they would have had to change some stuff if they didn't license because you would get your ass sued up and down by Philip K. Dick's estate if
Right.
if you tried to make throw those things in. But you could absolutely have just made that movie, called them something differently, and it would have been fine. But they already had it licensed, and then they started making it.
Same is true of Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, where it's a thing where we license this, and then by the time it goes through the various script revisions and blah blah. I've never read them, but I assume like the first script for Blade Runner probably was
Closer.
much closer, and
Probably.
and then released like through.
Right.
Whatever. Yeah,
This
we know
is,
how the movie making process goes.
Have we gone half an hour without art yet? We need to get back to art. Mm-hmm. Although,
This is why.
yeah.
18th of 1863.
Oh,
And
the year was
I was photographed by
1863.
a photographer that I think
I
was
wish I
Matthew
was
Brady.
in
It's
present
disputed.
day
Some people
now.
believe it was a photographer assistant of Brady named Bacharach, but it looked like Matthew Brady because I saw him as he was taking the photograph of the citizens of Gettysburg gathering to see President Lincoln give a speech, which was the caption of that famous photograph that I'm in from Gettysburg.
That's very good, Jay Victor. Yeah. There's a novel called Blade Runner, but it's a period piece about a guy who procured surgery equipment, hence a Blade Runner. I would have said smuggled surgery equipment.
yeah.
Hence a Blade Runner.
That would be a slight refinement of the joke.
Notes, giving you notes. When you're kind enough to give us hard cash for our stream, and I'm here.
Well, we still don't. This is the ruble, whatever.
Doesn't matter. It's some amount of money.
It is some amount of money.
And Jay Victor is giving it to us out of the goodness of their heart.
We appreciate you, Jay
We
Victor.
do appreciate you, Jay Victor. Even here I am being all
So I'm gonna
mean-spirited about
I'm gonna
it.
sip some of the good sipping
was
rum.
Very good.
That's all you
long
get.
gone. Yeah. I wouldn't give me more either.
Day. Now,
Okay, and by the way, that photograph, folks, if you want to go to artbell.com,
Ooh.
we're going to have to slow down here a moment and tell them
How much time is
about
left
the
in this,
photographs that
Oh, well, like literally an hour and 46 minutes.
So I'm probably going to need more drinks because I'm out of only 3 beers.
Well,
Teleported
we're
with
not
me.
going to do the whole thing.
No,
Clearly. We're 45 minutes. We're 39 minutes in.
But I
and we
need
have-
more than this.
Yeah.
Like, we're not stopping right now, right?
No.
No, because you and me are
It's not
here,
even tomorrow yet.
And I've teleported in. Where I come from, it's only like 9 o'clock right now.
Right. Yeah, so go get some more.
Oh, okay. So, you people keep doing what you're doing. Keep having fun.
You may as well
Keep super chatting Paul.
bio break while you're there. But do it in the least noisy way you can.
All right.
are on my website right now. This is really important to your story and to many people listening to it. So we've got the photographs up there right now.
I'm looking for these photographs
the
now.
The first historical one is my kindergarten photo, and that shows me about a year before I first teleported. That was taken in September of '66, and then I ended up teleporting from Curtis Wright to New Mexico with my father, as has been now dramatized on Fringe, where Walter Bishop, rather than Raymond Bishago, holds his young son Peter's hand rather than Peter's brother Andrew Bishago, and jumps through a teleporter. I think they have him walking through the teleporter in Fringe, but we were leaping into a field of radiant energy. So I provided my kindergarten photograph to your show just to show your listeners that I was about that young when we started these activities. I was only a year and a half older.
Okay. Says you were 5 in this photograph, and then
I turned 5 in September of '66 in kindergarten, and by the next school year, my dad was involving me in applied quantum physics.
I'm less certain that I should actually be looking. Do we want to be looking at photos of the 6-year-old time travelers? This may be a bad idea. I can't. Maybe I can't even look it up anyway.
Teleporting across the country. So I was teleporting at a very tender age, and that's why I selected that photograph.
All right, now let's go down to the very important next photograph. And it is you, it says, at age 10 in Gettysburg in 1863. And there's several things about this photograph that I would like to say. Number one, of course, it's not really clear enough that I could say that's you in the photograph. I'm sure others have said this to you.
Right. I would aver that if you look at the photograph, the face is closer to the camera, the men who are standing there closer to the camera, and the Union guards who have their back to the dais where Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address and are looking forward. Those faces, their faces.
Oh, is there like a 12? Is there like a 12 Monkeys style photo?
Is a blob, and that blob was.
I broke my button. Do you know what I mean when I say a 12 monkey photo?
Me?
Yeah. So
I mean, I know the movie.
So in the movie, you recall, at one point in the movie, spoiler for 12 Monkey movie,
Spoiler alert.
Bruce Willis's character
Yeah.
they jump him way too far, and he ends up in like a civil war,
Right.
and he's naked and gets shot in the leg, and then is immediately returned.
Right.
But there was a photograph taken for some reason in the trenches.
Yes.
And they look up in the history books of this battle, and Bruce Willis was there.
Yeah, incredibly rare technology at the time.
Anyway.
Look at this. There's a cool cowboy
Ooh.
on the can. This is a American Pale Ale. 5.5% alcohol. All right.
So what's happening now is he's apparently, if we look at the old Art Bell.
Is this goddamn stream still going?
Yes. If we look at the old Art Bell site.
Yes. Okay.
That we will be able to find pictures of this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do. I guess you can't search on the old site, right? I don't think.
Well, if you found the date and went in the Wayback Machine.
Well, that's what I'm in the Wayback Machine right now.
You're right. Yeah. Well, okay, you're on the wrong site. Because this wasn't Coast to Coast. This was Midnight in the Desert.
Oh.
So you need to go to artbell.com. All right. So if everybody, we haven't mentioned it.
No. I went to artbell.com, but you're right. It switched to this.
Yeah. Somehow we're looking at Coast to Coast. Yeah.
All right.
We are listening to an episode. This is not Coast to Coast. This is Midnight in the Desert. We're currently listening to after Art Bell during one of his times of leaving.
Anyway, no. So now I'm going to look separately. I'm going to take us off the. I'll take off the chair. I'm going to see if we can find these photographs that I'm talking about. But apparently, he's saying that there's pictures of him as a 6-year-old
in time.
So I'll see if I can find that.
I bet if we
by the fact that when the photograph was taken, as I described before we even photo analyzed the photo in my public lectures and my radio appearances, I was fading from view as the plasma confinement effect that was
that's Back to the Future.
Okay, yeah.
propagated
by the plasma confinement chamber operated by Dr. Colgate in East Hanover. That effect was simply wear.
Okay, so what do we got? What's this?
Oh, this is what okay.
Project Pegasus.
That's
Andrew
exactly
Bassiano.
what I just found.
Okay.
Too, yeah.
So apparently he's saying that's not clearly him.
It's very not clearly anything. Yeah.
I'm taking a chance with my live stream to be randomly clicking on photos, but okay. So this is supposedly okay. Well, at least this is the photo they're talking about.
And I was evanescing back to the present.
Okay.
Now, let's go through the anomalies, though, in that photograph. The first significance of this photograph is that until the John Richter photograph was discovered in 2007, this was the sole surviving photograph that showed Abraham Lincoln in Gettysburg on the day he gave his famous address there.
Right.
Does it? I don't see Lincoln in this photograph.
Is this supposed to be... They won't be able to see my cursor, but is this guy with the pixelated back...
That's clearly not Lincoln.
Well, the way you think Lincoln looks.
I guess. I mean, there's many photographs of Lincoln.
He's not wearing a hat, so
and
it
in
can't
Gettysburg,
be him.
he was wearing, like, he had his like what you would think of, the black suit with the stovepipe hat. That was what Lincoln wore at Gettysburg.
All right. I now realize that we've missed some super chats.
Yeah.
So we have from Vishanti telling us that she sent it on Twitter DM, so I can go check that. But it probably is the photograph that we're talking about here. But thank you, Vishanti, for having our back as always.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
And even paying $2 for the.
And TC writes, wanted to say hi.
So here I don't know if we'll be able.
Let me read the super chat.
Sorry.
Just wanted to say hi and thanks. Got my toast to toast tumbler. I won with the time travel trivia. Oh, yay!
TC, that's fantastic.
Yay!
Yes.
So this is more evidence that we pay our debts.
We
over
pay
here
our debts.
on the
Paul and I,
Toast
we're
to
like the
Toast show.
Lannisters. We always pay our debts.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got there?
So here is Lincoln. I can't see, but whatever. Lincoln at the Gettysburg Address. Hard to see on my phone, but it's like you can clearly see.
There's no hat though.
No, but he's wearing this is the Lincoln-esque outfit.
Okay, but how is that not this guy in the corner?
Which the guy that with
Yeah,
the,
with the pixelated
over?
thing.
Like
It's the same jacket.
it is not the same jacket.
It is the same jacket.
Because Lincoln has darker hair than him. Lincoln was also
Well,
crazy
but that's
tall.
just lighting.
Okay, well, whatever.
Here I am defending. Well, clearly this is. I'm more concerned that this isn't Andrew.
Well, but why would he lie about that?
But think about it, because it's embarrassing. So it must be true.
Is it though?
All right.
TC, welcome to the Cool Club. Heck yeah,
is
you
that
are.
When this photograph was donated in a cache of Civil War photographs that had once belonged to Brady, a photo analyst at the Library of Congress named
You do,
Josephine
Carolina.
Cobb
In fact,
took her
you should buy
magnifying
two
glass
in
and-
case it breaks. Like if something happens to you for the Bible tells me so Tumblr, you're gonna want to have some insurance, right? Right.
This was my. It turns out, at first I thought this was my
Famous
greatest
all shitty
shame.
now.
I thought this was my greatest shame of the stream. Turns out there have been many since.
Yeah. Turns out it's not even in the top fucking 10.
No. Hey, Roger's here.
Hey, Roger. I don't believe that for a second.
I don't, but thank you for your.
Yeah, you're
your
an
donation.
interesting man, and you have a lot of interesting things to say.
It's a very generous support of the channel. Thank you,
We
Roger.
appreciate you so much. Oh
Yeah.
man, this is good.
Oh, is
I
it?
like this. I think this is my favorites of the night so far.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to bio break soon. This button pauses and plays, as you might guess from the pause and play icon.
Whoa, Poindexter. Slow it down. What does this button do?
Looked at the faces
Plays.
on the day
Okay.
and
And then
found
hit it again, and it pauses it.
I need it one more time. How do I play it?
You hit it, it plays.
Okay, then how do I pause
containing
it?
the face of Abraham
Same
Lincoln
button
as he-
again.
Which button do I hit to play it?
The same one.
What does the P stand for in VIP? Okay, anyways.
I don't know if you can be allowed. You're not cleared for driving, but okay.
I'm an excellent driver.
All right. I will be back.
Okay,
After he had
just you and me, folks.
dismounted his horse, stepped astride the dais.
All right,
walked
we're
over
playing
to
the
his
top
seat,
10
waved to the
all night
crowd, and
long.
sat down. And let me tell you, the cheer that went up when Abraham Lincoln appeared on that dais gave me chills. It was the most ecstatic celebration of an individual's arrival that I have ever heard.
Well, he's
Clearly,
obviously never
Abraham
been to a
Lincoln
Trump
was
rally.
deeply loved by the citizens of Gettysburg shortly before giving his famous address there, and four months after the battle there, in which 50,000 casualties resulted.
Okay, Andrew, in the photograph directly to the left of you is what appears to be
An entity.
an entity of some sort, or
Okay, now this is so I don't know. Now we've already I feel like we need to bring the photo back up so that we can see what they're referencing when. Let's start clicking things on Paul's thing and see if I can figure out. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Nope, not that. Not that. I'm not going to touch anything. I think it's probably better if I don't. But we're going to pause the stream momentarily so that we can bring the photo up when Paul comes back. Oh, and we got a super chat. I feel so important. I feel like I'm a big deal running a stream. Look at me. I totally am Vishanti. This is why I'm like, well, whatever I want to do, don't bring up that browser history. Brain cramp. Okay, wait. I know how to do this. Right? I can. There it is. It's clear that he didn't really time travel because the DeLorean wasn't invented until the 80s. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There's holes all over the story.
What are you doing?
Okay, there was a super chat. We did the super chat.
Did you move my chair?
I did move your chair. I was looking to try and... So they're now talking about the photo. Oh, okay.
Share.
Okay.
I guess that maybe doesn't obvious to anyone.
Well, I didn't want to touch something that was
Perfect.
going to be bad. But so Art like asking specific questions about the things in the photo. So
Oh,
like, we
okay.
better pause it and wait till you can bring the photo
Good
up.
thing
Yeah.
someone sent it to us. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
It's true. It's true, Michael.
Did you read the super chat?
I did read the super chat.
All right.
Yeah. I even brought it. I put it up on the
You
thing
did.
with
Very
the
well
thing.
done.
Yeah. I didn't. I don't know. Take it away ever. It's something.
Yes, I did.
I
Jeremiah.
do computers.
You actually, yeah, you do computers. Yeah, for
Well, Michael, we got very hungry earlier.
yeah, not interfering
Sad
with the
truth.
stream.
I am actually allergic to dogs. So for
It's
my
true.
comfort, Paul has sequestered.
Well, it must have teleported. We didn't know in advance. So
yeah. So when I teleported, the teleportation wave knew that I was allergic and
That's right.
reflexified the time tachyon so that
the wave just collapsed. Dave.
Anyways,
it collapsed on itself, and
the wave
naturally, the things that are
collapsed.
supposed to happen happened.
something Wesley Wet Crusher, we're fine.
We're just looking at this picture now, right?
Something coming or
Paul.
going. It
Yes.
We don't serve tachyons in here.
Okay.
2 tachyons walk into a bar.
Oh, that's good.
You like
I
that?
wish
You like
I
that?
wish you'd have been on the full camera for that one.
Oh, well.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
it's obviously only half there. What is that?
It's not a shadow or blur of a contemporary.
I don't know if you want to
person from
rewind a
that
bit.
era.
So talking about, I think it was like something just to the left. He
I
was
feel like
saying
we shouldn't. Are we saying this big black section here where it's like clearly the photo was torn? That Art's wondering what's happening back there?
I think Art's saying like, so there's kind of like some people can see my hands, like they know what I'm talking
They
about.
can see your hands,
but they
Okay.
can't see what I'm. So
No.
like just to the left of this red circle,
Yeah.
there's like some weird things going on in the photo, like just
Oh,
in that
okay.
sort of empty space. And I think that's what
Oh, there
Art's
is.
referring to.
I do see. There's kind of a ghostly.
Yeah,
thing
That's
going
what
on
they're
there.
referring to. Art's like, what's this like?
Right, and was he saying that beside the circle was him fading in and out,
Well, that's what Art's asking. He's
Oh,
like,
I
what's
see.
up with this photo?
as if because Art's thinking
Art's asking the
back
hard
to
questions. He wants to know, like, is this a doctored photo of some kind,
or is
what's
it
going
Back
on?
to the
Or
Future
some-
situation
yeah.
where the siblings are fading out because
Yeah.
they're dying? All right.
If you look at clearly and analyze that anomaly, it is a non-human being. It's a humanoid being that is not Homo sapiens sapiens. It's an extraterrestrial or an
Okay.
How?
Why do you immediately have to jump to that? Anyways, I don't see anything that's like.
I don't feel like
it's
that's
clear.
That's not a simpler
looking at
explanation.
it, that this is not a humanoid human. What?
No, it's humanoid, but it's not human. Come on, come on, Art.
Clearly, that's not one of our kind of people.
Those people.
Yeah.
Oh,
We won't be letting any of those humanoid shapes into the country club, if you know what I mean.
interdimensional that has highly articulated facial features that are not human.
Does it?
And this may explain why this is the only public historical photograph.
It looks to me like the figure is just standing straight up
Is
and
there
down.
like maybe another photo that? No, it has to be this photo. Like
Because they're
there's-
talking about the circle, and they're talking
Yeah,
about
and the thing like this is the like we both Googled and found the same thing, and Vishanti also did. I assume I don't know if you checked your Twitter DMs.
I guess I should. But I'm looking and seeing what looks like a ghost of an upright figure here.
Yeah.
But I don't see any articulation.
In the face, articulation in the face. What? So I don't know.
Well, let's let him hear him out.
In the National Archives that has been classified.
cozy up to both
When
be in
my
the frame.
colleagues John Gannon and William Stillings went to the Library of Congress to ask to view the negative of this photograph,
Yes.
they were told they could not do so because the negatives to this photograph have been classified, Art.
Wow.
Oh, this is a classified photo we're looking at. We're going to get arrested.
Naysayers
Yeah.
to ponder that that point for a second. So the third anomaly is this entity standing next to me. And by the way, I was what? I was a fifth grader of normal height when that picture was taken. The being next to me.
I have had several children now be in the 5th grade. There is no normal height for a 5th grade.
That's true.
That's a grade where you have no idea how tall they're going to be.
Is about what, 6 feet, 7 feet tall?
By comparison, I would say yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Now the other anomaly is that,
And it does not
Okay,
look.
just real quick, Paul. Check your Twitter feed. Do you have
All right,
a quick? Because I'm like, I just want to be sure. Like, are we looking at the same picture here? Because now I'm starting to be like, are these guys looking at something we're not?
All right. Well, I will.
By the way,
tab.
I agree with that. Doesn't
Yeah,
look
you
human.
check your
no,
phone.
and what was I doing? I was visiting 1863 from 1972, and guess who was picking up on the interdimensional experiment that the U.S. government was doing? The beings that regularly travel in that non-physical realm, in that interstitial realm between timelines. Okay, so that's a non-human entity standing there.
Okay, no,
The
like
other,
I'm seeing
anomaly,
other
the
like every
fourth
search. It's
anomaly
always that same
is
picture.
the fact that this is the first bona fide image of a time traveler from the future.
Identify one that doesn't
taken
have
in
like the big
past. Why can I
sections
say
missing.
that?
The one
Because
you're
when this
looking at
image
does.
was public.
Oh, wait.
Shanti paid good money for you to read that message.
But it's different messages about a different thing.
Mm.
Oh, wait. No, now it's this. But that's just white.
Yeah.
Oh, the time travelers got me.
Time travel's got you.
Oh, meanwhile. Let's carry on.
early
Well,
70s
there's no
in a
need to.
popular
Jay
magazine.
Victor
We know
has super chatted. Oh wait, should we wait for the fax noise? Are we ruining the illusion?
It's the same photo.
It's the same photo. Yeah.
Thank you, Vishanti, but it's the same
Yeah, so but that's fine. That's good. We're
same photo.
yeah. I'd bet good money. You gonna bring it up here, Paul? I'd bet good money that the teleportation waves transported Bella to Labrador. I mean, we could be so fucking lucky. No, your dog's awesome, and I love her.
My dog is awesome, and you should love him.
was we think it was Life. It was also
Nobody
published
buy a beagle. They're
in the
bad
September
dogs.
1963 edition of the National
All right.
All right.
I took that contemporary magazine republishing of this photograph to my father, who was again he was the point man, the chief technical consultant between the Ralph M. Parsons Company and the CIA on teleportation. And on the Sunday afternoon when I found that in a popular magazine, I took it to my dad, and I said, "Dad, look, when the project sent me to Gettysburg, they got a picture of me there." And he looked at it and he said, "Yep, just don't talk about it." Okay, so here we have a defense engineer who spent roughly 1952 to 1984 working in black projects for the U.S. Department of Defense, who affirmed the fact that I was in the photograph. Why could he? Because one of the first people I met when I walked up to the dais where Lincoln was soon going to be arriving in 1863 was my dad, dressed as a Pennsylvania farmer, except the paradox was that he looked younger to me than he had looked back at the time lab in 1972. And he said later that I looked younger to him. Why? Older to him, because we had been sent to the same day in history from different years in the present.
Got it.
So he'd been sent there, let's say, 1960.
So the dad didn't have any children yet.
Right. Yeah.
So in Gettysburg, that he would have known who. Oh, well, this is a good good tale, good yarn. Do you suppose that maybe is this the guy with the hat? Is that Abe?
Maybe.
With
I
his
guess
back,
that could. Yeah.
with
Yeah.
in between the blurry gentleman. He's got the hat.
I feel like so, but I'm looking at like the crowd and
Yep.
all the people that like wherever Abraham Lincoln was in Gettysburg, that is, if he was behind, people would be looking.
That's true. That's true.
This is Gettysburg and it's Abraham, fucking Lincoln.
Right,
Like,
right.
He's
So-
kind of a big deal.
So theoretically, he's on the other side of this crowd.
Yeah. And Abraham Lincoln was freakishly tall for his time.
And someone is taking a behind-the-scenes shot, not of Abraham Lincoln,
Yeah.
but of rando.
Assumably, just like here's the crowd at Gettysburg. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
and we just happened to catch this blurred child, which
I am
by
now
the way-
understanding why we're getting so many fax things. People are gifting memberships. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for all of those.
Thank you so much. Too young to feel this old for. And Lauren P, Eddie Dean, Gritmonger, Timothy Jones, and Quentin Baker, I'm sure. Thank you from the bottom of their heart too.
Absolutely, and the more people in the Black Box Club.
I was sent there from 72. So when we met each other as father and son in front of the
Well,
dais
brain
where
cramp.
Lincoln would soon-
This is a question that Paul and I have debated on this show in the past, and talk. So with time travel, like if you go even a fraction of a second, the amount of distance the Earth has traveled in a purely relativistic, like if you pick an absolute center of the universe itself,
Right.
and the distance that the Earth has traveled is mind-boggling in even fractions of a second between the orbit of the Earth around the sun around the galaxy, the movement of the galaxy itself within the supercluster of galaxies, the supercluster of galaxies within the larger frame of the universe. You're talking about huge distances traveled in very small time. So if time travel works in a way that it is an absolute value, if you went even a 100th of a second, a millionth of a second, you would die of asphyxiation and freezing in space because the Earth would not be there.
But do we
anymore.
know that all of those apply to all 8 forms of the time
Well, we
travel?
don't know. Certainly not to the psychic ones.
Yeah, so the
or
psychic
viewing.
ones...
But perhaps even if is there some sort of anchoring to some?
Well, but this is the thing. So they're generating a electro-optical hologram.
I mean, that's that. So at this point, though, this person physically traveled back to Gettysburg.
But through the electromagnetic...
No. That was a different.
Oh.
That was the chronovisor stuff. Now we're further on in the modality. So like this person.
Did I miss that in the bio break? Maybe I did.
But now we don't really know how he got back. But yes, they physically traveled to
I see.
Gettysburg.
Okay.
I think he threw it out there offhand.
Gotcha.
Earlier.
Okay.
But so if time travel somehow, if there's something that links you to like this spot at whatever time in time.
Yep.
And I mean, actual true science physics ways, if you're like, if time's a direction, like in theory you could, it's all very weird. But yes, you're not wrong. Yeah.
arriving
Also
to
the
give
Earth
the
is flat.
Gettysburg Address. I said, Dad, what are you doing here? But he looked younger than he did back at the house and back at the time lab in East Hanover. And then he said, I looked older. And he said, that's when I discovered you were destined to be in the project.
All right, I assume.
Oh, so it's a Terminator situation.
Yeah, there we go.
I found out that Kyle Reese was the dad, so therefore I slept with the Kyle Reese.
I feel like you could have just said that back when Art was like, why was your dad sending 6-year-olds through time? It's like, well,
Yeah.
because he'd seen me go through time. So we knew
Exactly.
that this was the, yeah.
By now, a lot
Also,
of people.
spoilers for Terminator.
Also supposed
Who've gone to artbell.com and looking at these photographs. Now there is one more photograph below which says it is you disappearing as you return.
1984?
Yes, I understand most of the people watching this stream were born after Terminator came out.
Yeah.
To 1972.
It's a good movie,
So
though. You should watch
That's
it.
why they maybe
First
haven't had a
Terminator's
chance to
good
see it
movie,
yet, because
yeah.
most of our audience is like,
Yeah.
we're the only thing on YouTube right now, so most of the audience is probably,
I feel a little bad, like anybody who's like under the age of 30, 25, right? Who's like the only interaction they have with Terminator is the shit that's come out post 2000, right? Like Genesis and whatever, and Terminator 4 and Terminator 3 and all these. It's like,
Right.
just go watch Terminator 1 and 2 because they still hold up. They're still good movies. Of
course.
Just watch those. Yeah. Anyways.
yeah.
Then they did other stuff at the end.
this
That's the fifth paradox, yes, in the photo.
very, very interesting photograph.
And let me say, I was publicly lecturing about that fact until John Gannon and William Stillings enlarged the blob. And if you look closely, you can even pick it up. I can pick it up on my screen. here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm sure your listeners can. If they scrutinize that blob of my face, you can see my entire teeth, including the roots of my lower teeth.
That's correct, I can. I also see something
What?
that looks like...
What?
I don't know if I can, using the browser, I don't think I can. Oh, I can't recenter this in the current technology. You can't see his teeth.
Including the root. I mean,
Zoom.
maybe they're looking at a higher res.
Well, they probably got someone from the CSI show to zoom and enhance. Oh, just
enhance.
Oh, I didn't know you'd want me to enhance it since that's clearly a
My
technology
favorite
we
joke from
always
Super
have.
Troopers. Well, second favorite.
moisture.
Well, it was actually my protoplasm disappearing, and you can see actually through my right eye socket. That's my skull. But let's ignore the part that I claim is my skull. My teeth are much more clear. Now, wait a minute. The discoverer of radium, the Polish chemist Marie Curie and her husband Pierre, the Frenchman Pierre Curie, would discover, she wouldn't be born until 1867.
Radium still existed pre-1867, you dumb... She didn't invent it.
She invented it.
was taken.
I've got to admit, it's fascinating.
Okay, so there wasn't any X-ray in 1863.
That's right.
There's no way that one of those historical, even if it was the best, let's say Hasselblad 8x10 of that era, you can get a blur from somebody walking while the film was being exposed,
Motion
but
blur,
you can't get a blob from somebody disappearing in situ.
No. This clearly looks like some kind of X-ray, some kind of something. Hold tight. We've got a break right here. A really big favor, and if you would please, and you haven't done so yet, go to artbell.com, and you will see a picture of Andrew. Click on that. When you click on that,
when we click on it,
you will be taken to you'll have his bio there, and then there'll be 3 photographs. One of Andrew at age 5, a year before he first teleported. Second photograph at Gettysburg in 1863. And third photograph, Andrew disappearing as he returns to the year 1972.
Oh, there's a third photograph. That more explains this whole X-ray situation, perhaps. All right, well, maybe we can look for that while we listen to. Oh, but we should read the super chat. Pardon me.
Why don't you read the super chat while I?
Jason Harner for $5 writes, "Y'all heard the new King Tuff's song, Small Town Stardust? There's a coast to coast shout out in there." No, I haven't.
I have not. I've never heard of King Tuff or song.
You've heard the word song.
Yeah. But I will.
Small Town Stardust. Well, that's something else to look at.
I'll check it out.
But we can't play it on the stream anyway. We'll lose our good standing at the YouTubes.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're on the hunt for the third photograph in the series of Andrew photos.
When was this show recorded? Do you remember?
Well, they said 2005.
Okay. I'm gonna try the old way back.
Yeah, all right.
We're gonna do that.
So here we have some offered evidence. I understand what you're going to say, the same thing I'm going to say. And again, that is that, of course, it's very difficult to absolutely prove that it was you unless we can do it by dental work.
Well, yes, but the problem is that I was providing my account publicly and describing how the terminology I was using was how after the plasma confinement effect would wear off,
we
evanesce back to the present. It would just wear off.
Between 2004, the very beginning of 2004, and they have no captures of artbell.com until 2013. So we're missing the thing is the government doesn't want you to know. I mean, honestly, it's a little suspicious, Paul. Look at this graph. So we got going through then 2000. Silence, then 2013. Look at all these captures.
Well, I actually noticed that on when I was looking on the way back.
What don't they want you to know?
Exactly. This only has the one photograph. I need to find one where there's the third one. All right.
Several of the technologies for a time machine to be where we were sent.
Got it.
The effect would just wear off. Now, the effect was wearing off, and that camera, a Civil War camera, photographed my teeth from the side, as any dentist could recognize.
Is this it?
Protoplasm.
No, that's just the Gettysburg Address. Okay.
In fact, my brother's a dentist. You can see the roots of my teeth. Now, I'm alleging, Art, and I will allege to my dying day, because it's the truth, that was me. I was sent there by DARPA's Project Pegasus, and that's the first historical photograph not only to show a time traveler from the future, but to prove it, because it shows me fading from view.
It does.
That's why the X-ray effect happened in 1863, 4 years before Marie Curie was born.
Right, okay. All right, a couple of questions for you, please. One, why did they send you back to the moment of the Gettysburg Address? Why? In other words, I'm trying to figure out why they picked the targets they picked.
All right. Well, if anyone in the chat can find the X-ray disappearing tooth pictures,
Yeah.
you can let us know in the chat how to find that.
My dad explained that it was basically an honor or a treat. He said,
Oh, yeah.
I had been time traveling for 3 years for the government, and he said, you've done everything we've asked you to do
I see.
to the best of your ability, usually ably and well, and that included gathering intelligence in some cases. And he said, so we want to give you kind of a treat and let you go back and see President Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. He didn't reveal to me that he had been there years earlier and met me there at my current age by 1972.
Sure beats reading it in a history book.
Right,
Yep.
but let me.
What 6-year-old wouldn't
that's how
love
it was
seeing?
explained.
Yeah, no.
Address.
What a treat!
Yeah.
Don't go back. Look, the dinosaur. That if I was when I was 6.5.
Can I see more dinosaurs? No, you fucking can't.
No, you want to hear a speech from the
Yeah.
president?
Yeah. A long speech from the President of the United States.
To me, but then they may have sent me merely because he did meet me as a 10-and-a-half-year-old when he was sent 4 or 5 years earlier, and so they were just making sure that they were completing the
Me? No.
the quantum
Me and Jeremiah are
syllogism of
good to
having
go.
met me and just making sure that they sent me because he had met me there. But let me just explain how I was using this as an example of how the quantum paradox actually works.
Sure.
Now, if you ponder the fact that I was sent there, photographed.
It is time to figure out how much longer do we want to go.
Well, you have a.
I've got a whole unopened. It's got pineapples on the can and mangoes. So,
Well,
you might like this.
it's still beer.
It's fruity.
It's still beer, though.
Fruity beer. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's not. You don't know. Could be juice.
Well, we have to at least keep streaming until that beverage is done.
This one, okay.
Okay. So does that mean you'd like to be done?
No,
Oh,
because I got this other one still yet.
okay. Well,
You can't put it back in the fridge.
no. How would that work? All right, carry on.
1863, and then after its discovery in 1951, this photograph has been widely published in news magazines because until 2007 it was the sole surviving photograph of Lincoln at Gettysburg. That begs the question of, did I not exist in the photograph until 1972? Jump there, get photographed, and create another timeline that I return to where suddenly my image was in all the news magazines that republished the Josephine Cobb image of Lincoln at Gettysburg? Or was I always in all of those photographs? And the latter is the case. Why? This is the paradox of retro causation.
Don't have to have
From the perspective of
I can. It's my stream.
1963,
It's our stream, I guess. It's our
time
stream.
traveler from the future was photographed, and I was.
There's so many. There's so many on his desk, Eddie, and it's driving him crazy. He can't do anything about it right now.
I had to go to 1863 to be in the photograph, but if I had
I'm a bad
let's
friend.
say that September.
Well, we are
Objects.
sponsored by Small Random Objects
These are
today.
neither small nor random. Yeah.
1963 edition of the National Geographic that republished the Josephine Cobb image of Lincoln at Gettysburg, I would have seen myself in that image. That is to say that the past is immutable in the sense that when you go back in time to change it, the sine qua non of time travel is that you're in the past event, the original event. So I challenge the notion of Schrodinger's cat and the notion of a second timeline. breaking off.
I dated a sneaker
because when you go back to that past event, you're in the original event. The notion of a second timeline branching off, I think, is a form of magical thinking. But I would distinguish that concept from the idea of being sent to a different timeline. For example, we found that the chronovisors were unreliable as an intelligence gathering device, an intelligence gathering time machine, because
Well, then what's the point?
Yeah, it feels like they would. Oh well, let's see why.
A chronovisor that all
Why we
my
can't
hopes
just use this to like look at
right.
Kremlin.
All
meeting
my
or
hopes
whatever.
for the chronovisor seem to be gone.
every time they sent us to quote-unquote the same past event, it was always a slightly different version of that same past event.
Oh, really?
Right, because first time in the Gettysburg Address there was one Andrew, and then at the play at Ford's Theater. First there was one Andrew, and then there's two Andrews, and then there's three Andrews. By the time you get the sixth Andrew, clearly the events changed.
Clearly, yeah, that's right. It's the old. Yeah.
Why are there six of the same child here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for example, when I would pop into view in front of Ford's Theater and try to talk myself past the ticket table in the front of the lobby, right
It
inside
is
the
not
door,
French. Sorry, I'm really fine to check. Yeah.
as a society child,
The Nova
dressed in my
Saver is
Sunday
asking.
best,
It's
and try to convince them that my parents had
Sina,
already been admitted with my ticket and were sitting inside.
QUENON. 3 words. Sina QNon. Right? Am I?
Don't say QAnon or I might get
I guess you might
demonetized.
get, yeah. It's a Latin phrase that means without which not, and it is a thing of like if this hadn't. It's an argument. It basically is like it's a way to say like if this didn't happen, this wouldn't happen. So it's like you throw it out as like like an argument, a statement. You know, like if. Like when you're doing a geometric proof or something like that, right? Where algebraic, it's that if this isn't true, then you can't have that. So like without which not. So like if there's, or in legal terms, you'll get it. If this didn't happen, then this couldn't have happened. So if this part's not true, then the whole thing's not true. Yeah, that's sine qua non.
So I need to go here to. So Vishanti sent a new image here.
Someone's doing some good work for us.
I need to go before I. Okay, so I just don't get what this is. So this is supposed to be a bigger image of.
Okay, so it's like zoomed in.
But I still don't see why there's like. Is there teeth?
No.
Where's the X-ray? In
I'm not
this?
sure what that other thing. Vishante, please give us some context
Yar.
here in the chat.
Right. So there's one with Lincoln. She said there's one with Lincoln highlighted.
Okay, so that's Lincoln. That
just shows us where Lincoln. This isn't the X-ray teeth.
But that's Lincoln. So
Okay. So now we know where Lincoln is, and you're right. You were correct, Dave, as is more often true than not.
because I'm so fucking smart.
That true. Everyone was looking.
Everyone was looking at Lincoln.
Lincoln.
As today, if the president of the United States walks into a room, everyone's going to be looking at the president.
Right.
Yeah.
Timothy Harmon.
Without which. Okay.
That without which. Well done, Timothy.
I will. No image of Andromeda teeth that I can find. Yeah, I was Googling. I couldn't find it either. Yeah.
Greet me at the ticket table was always a different person. It was like a man and his son. Then it was the man by himself on the second jump. On the third jump, let's say.
Oh, Bridget and Air. Mm-hmm. Can you? I don't think you can put links in the chat. You can try. If not, go to Paulogia 0 on the Twitters and send me a message there with a DM of the
Paulogia.
It's spelled the same.
Okay.
And
It was just his son. Then it was his son and his brother.
So is that you, in effect, creating a small paradox?
Well, I don't think we should think of the disparate timelines as paradoxical per se. I think we should think instead of the fact.
Yes, but you've got change. You've got change.
Well, according to one estimate, the multiverse contains as many timelines as would be expressed numerically by a number at 12-point type that would stretch for 130 million miles.
Okay, that's a lot.
that just sounds made up. None of the rest, all the rest of this sounded good. That's imprecise.
That's how many timelines there are.
If you expressed it as a 12-point type for some reason.
Yeah, I measured it. Counted them.
Because that's a much better way to say a number than just to say, oh yeah, there's 12 trillion possibilities. Let me give it to you.
12-point time. Point. Five miles.
It's going to be much clearer in your head.
Yeah. You can't just say like 10 to the whatever power. It's, nope.
It's like someone was using ChatGPT now has if you have the paid version, it can use Wolfram Alpha, the math solving one.
Yep.
And so you can now put in things like how many Shaquille O'Neal shoes away is the sun.
Right. It will.
And it will accurately tell you, whereas before it would just confidently tell you 17 or 50 or something. Yeah.
It came from the Dave school of answering questions where like if you just shout an answer out. Yeah.
But now I've been seeing a stream of people like randomly making stats like that, which are like, well, that doesn't help me imagine how far away the sun is. So
yeah.
Yo.
Does the end result, though, still tend to be the same? It must.
No. Well,
I mean, you're talking about minor changes, not major changes.
Well, essentially, that's what we found out about the adjacent timelines, that the big things remained constant, like the notion that Abraham Lincoln gets assassinated at Ford's Theater on April 14th, 1865.
Right.
Garth Brooks becomes a gajillionaire selling recording artist. The Beatles become the greatest group in the history of rock and roll. Art Bell becomes the great, legendary number one voice in talk radio.
Gajillionaire is also highly accurate.
The big magnitude events are immutable between timelines, or at least.
All right, so should we see what Bridget? I don't know.
Well, or read the super chat.
I'll read the super chat first.
I can't remember what I had for lunch. This guy remembers specific events from when he was 6, 40 years earlier. To be fair, the specific event in question is going to see the Gettysburg Address.
Right, that is one of the things of memory studies, to be fair, is that high-impact events you tend to remember, so you don't remember necessarily details any better.
Yeah.
But you can more accurately say that it at least happened.
Like, I remember as a child the time I had lunch with Don Cherry and Ron McLean very, very clearly. You know,
that happened to you?
Yeah, at the Carriage House in Calgary. Did I ever tell you that story?
Because I had lunch with Don Cherry and Ron McLean, but when I was 32.
Oh no! So my dad and I used to go fairly often, like there's a place in Calgary called the Carriage House Inn.
Okay,
it's like a hotel, but it had a really nice restaurant in it, and we were there. I can't remember what year in the 80s this was exactly.
These are hockey people for the rest of you.
Sorry, you don't know. Yeah,
Canadian hockey
people. These are big deal. And my dad and I would go there often, and it was like this old whatever. I'm not going to get into a whole big thing about the Carriage House. It used to be really good. It's not so good anymore. But so we're there waiting in line to get into the restaurant. It's like Saturday morning at 10, kind of right for like breakfast. And in front of us in line is Ron McLean, because Hockey Night in Canada it's the Flames. They're doing it, so he's in town for that, and they happen to be staying at the Carriage House.
Nice,
which was a fairly nice hotel in Calgary. And my dad, being a lifelong salesman, and he starts talking with Ron McLean, because my dad is a person who would like talk to anybody and go. So he's talking to Ron McLean, but they're not talking about hockey. He's talking about like, oh, your kids and family, but like just like a conversation you would have with a normal person. And Ron is like, hey, Don and I we're having breakfast. Do you guys want to like come have breakfast with us? And my dad's like, well, sure, yeah. And so we went, and Don McLean bought Don Cherry, sorry, not Don Cherry, paid for it, because breakfast, and he wasn't wearing like the suit or the collar. He was just wearing like normal clothes, and this was just Saturday morning at whatever time, and we just had a really nice conversation, and none of it was about hockey. It was just about life and kids and people they know. He was an incredibly nice person. Him and Ron McLean were both incredibly nice people, and it was I still clearly remember it, Crystal. It was a fantastic. Yeah.
Well, I will say so. Yeah. In my time, people don't like it when I mention things. In my time when I lived in California, and regularly met celebrities.
Skeptics and Scoundrels is calling us out. But yes, carry on.
So do you recall that I was on Hockey Night in Canada twice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I met them, we like hung out. That is absolutely completely consistent with my experience with those two gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to ask me questions, 100 questions. They wanted to
Yeah.
find out about who I was and what made me tick.
Yep.
And so hockey did come up, but they wanted to know how I had interacted with hockey and like what my experience was. They didn't name drop anybody.
No. They
just-
just wanted to have like a normal conversation.
No,
like
that
normal,
was-
but they were both very outgoing.
Yeah. No.
You know.
Excellent people.
Yeah.
All right, but now we need to get back to
Did we though?
yes,
Okay.
because someone had went out of the way to send me these links.
Yes.
So, okay.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm actually okay. So I'm genuinely interested in this. Let's see.
So here is the 5-year-old version of Andrew,
Okay.
as advertised.
Creepy little fucker.
We've been staring at this photo for a while.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
So that's okay. So there's the
enlarge
teeth.
this
Okay.
and enhance.
Okay.
So the teeth look weird.
Yeah. Or is it just nope? I mean, that is his teeth. I'm supposed to be the believer in this dynamic, right? Is that or am I supposed to be
I
the
don't
skeptic?
remember.
I can't remember. Yeah, that could clearly just be like. I mean, it's sort of teeth.
This is like could be blurring
but
artifacts.
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, there's already dots and shit all over this photo. You're taking. Okay.
All right. Well, hold on. So now.
No, that's the protoplasm doing whatever.
Oh, it's
time
definitely
shit that
protoplasm
he said.
for sure.
When you blow it in, it looks like he's wearing a goddamn pirate hat.
It does look like he's going to pirate hat. I thought the same. All right. I'm going to do an experiment while we're listening here.
You know, 19 out of 20 times Barack Obama becomes the first African American to be elected president. But sometimes the big events change, but usually they don't. But what we found is the small interstitial events are highly mutable. So, for example, who was taking tickets?
This is the Marvel comic Nexus events. Like there's certain
Certain things
in Marvel
that-
time travel, there's or in interdimensional stuff. There's certain Nexus things that always happen,
Right.
and then the stuff between is pliable. So
Right.
yeah, okay.
that night that Lincoln got shot, on all of those 6 or 7 timelines I was sent to where he did get shot, was always a different person. And my movement through the theater was always a different journey, but I was always there visiting the Lincoln assassination.
But he always ended up dead. All right, hold it right there. Wow. And
So
people, of
okay,
course-
so that's the question. So now we're in a natural break in the show.
Yeah.
Oh, but you still have plenty of drink left.
Well, but we've seen how long that can last.
Well, okay.
But so here's the question: are we ever coming back to this, Paul?
No, this
No.
is the end of. I feel like the audience can tell us differently. I feel like this is
Yeah, so we can go.
The
I
Andrew
kind of feel
saga.
like in some ways we've plumbed the depths of Andrew's. What do we? But wait, what do we got going?
well. I'm using some
Yes.
some AIs.
You're letting Skynet do your thinking for you.
Oh well, that didn't. So
Well, you got to find do the blowed up one,
the blowed up one.
the one where it's like shows his teeth.
No, but I wanted to enhance the original.
Well, an AI is not going to know what to enhance in that picture.
Well, so here's the AI enhanced version,
Yeah.
and I'm guessing there's no teeth. Yeah, like no, you just get blur.
Yeah. It's all you. Yeah, I mean, really, it's all you got in the original. I don't know where that blown up thing was coming.
Yeah. All right.
Does our chat want us to keep going?
Oh yeah. So what does the chat think? So that's a good question. So
Yeah.
do we want to do another half hour or so? Let us know in the chat, and we will carry on for a couple minutes while you.
I wanted to see pictures of dinosaurs too, but sadly, the dinosaurs did not have that technology.
No.
It's not like this guy took the picture; he just happened to be in a picture.
Right.
require exceptional proof for an exceptional story. But it's starting
He
to
did.
sound...
I didn't know that. So, did you see Vishanti there loudly?
No.
I didn't know that, but I mean, there was a lot of people running. I remember there was like a huge number of people running for president.
There always is. There's always a large contingent. That's actually fascinating. Did not know that.
Huh. I don't know if yeah.
Pretty darn real.
I mean, all it takes is a small number of signatures and a small amount of money
Yeah.
to put your name on the ballot. So.
Yes. It's
To me, Andrew, I get these wormhole messages, and here is one. Apparently, all this began to gather intel, but at some point, you began to have vacations, essentially, in time. And
time vacations.
in-person history lessons, I might add.
well.
This
Okay. Pause. Quick. You have no alcohol poured in any kind of glass, Paul.
Yeah, I guess I'll fix that.
Yeah. This is the show where you and I get increasingly drunk, and
We're responsibly so.
embarrassing. Yeah, whatever. You can say that as many as you want. We all know it's not true.
No, it's if you look back, we're responsible compared to.
Oh my God. Yeah. Let's not.
We're not.
We're not talking about the first episode ever.
We're not
again.
talking about liver,
Jesus. We should take that off.
endangerment.
Stream.
says,
That's more danger. Yeah, what we were doing is more dangerous than sending your kid back in time.
Yeah. Which apparently is fine
Fine.
because I saw
you
him
had
in
a
Gettysburg.
great story about being given a second summer when you were a child because the program you were in, the hard work, took a whole summer away from you. Is that true?
Actually,
Were they
gave
don't
me
know the
extra
Savior?
summer.
Because
Let me
the Earth's
explain
only
how that was
6,000
done.
years old. So color film might have been around. Here's an interesting fact. Color film has actually always existed. The world used to be in black and white.
Oh,
The world transitioned to color in around 19...
Chris is leaving because he's heard me say this.
Chris, we've been arguing about this all day. Yeah. So if you're willing to go down the rabbit hole with me. So, the world was black and white and then transitioned to color sometime in the 50s. And the reason all the paintings, from previous centuries were also black and white and they became color, but all the things before were color photos of black and white, which is why those, yeah. I'm intrigued by this bikini girl on whatever TikTok thing is going on here.
Who knew that would be on TikTok?
Girl in a bikini.
See, now I can't look this up anymore because I'm distracting you. So
Yeah, that's it. I'm so very easily distracted. Really, just one thing. Yeah.
This has been going on in the U.S. intelligence community, presumably now for.
Was it 1920? I'm
years.
just making shit up, Michael.
Well,
I have
what
no
happened
idea when
in
color film was actually
the summer of
invented.
1970, we were just going back and forth in real time, utilizing the Tesla teleporter at Curtis Wright, and then the one at Sandia to get back to the East Coast, back to the tarmac at Curtis Wright. But then in the summer of 71, the summer of 1973 accessed from the fall of 71.
Are we gonna?
And then the
Are you gonna throw one of these on?
I wanted to find the dinosaur one. This one, right? This one here.
Is that the one? Because
Yeah,
the castle one is
It's
also
literally
very
got
good.
a dinosaur on things.
Yeah.
So it's got to be.
Yeah. Are you gonna get dinged for this? Is this fine?
Oh, this is fine. TikTok doesn't sue anybody.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
For people who haven't seen this guy's channel.
Oh, but it's
So when Paul sent me this, I actually thought this was well. You sent me every guy with the castle one first, and I'm like, is this fucking real? Is this person?
But this audio is not going to go.
Oh, it's not gonna go.
Oh wait, I can make it go. Hold on. I have the technology.
I can show you the world.
Okay. Here we go.
We have
Can I
hit.
blow your mind right now? Okay. This is one of my very favorite paradoxes. The dinosaur bones that we find in the ground are apparently hundreds of millions of years old, right? And Chris is taking a personal day today, but I'm sure when he listens to this, he'll be rolling his eyes because he knows exactly where I'm going with this. The dinosaur bones we find are apparently hundreds of millions of years old.
Everybody should
right?
follow this person on TikTok.
So then imagine how strong the muscles and skin must have been on these creatures if their bones can last 100 million years. So the conclusion that we can draw from this, and you can look this up, is that these creatures were practically indestructible. Let that sink in. So if they're practically indestructible, how are we finding their bones? Nothing can kill them. That's paradox. Can I blow your mind right now?
I love that he takes off the glasses and has glasses. Find the every dude with the castle one. Since we're doing this, since we've now just devolved to fucking throwing TikToks on our stream.
All right, every dude of the castle.
This is the one you showed me first. It's so good, and it would
be early on.
Every dude with the castle. Or it's right there. Yeah.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Can I blow your mind right now? Okay. So there are castles in Scotland, right, that are less than 400 years old, and they're made of rocks, stone, but they're completely falling apart. Chris is waving at me because we're almost out of time. They're completely falling apart, right? But the earth, which is made of rocks and stone, is supposedly hundreds of thousands of years old, not falling apart.
Hundreds of thousands.
Let that sink in, right? So either the earth is 400, maybe 500 years old, or the earth is a castle built by a civilization who is better at building castles.
For anybody who doesn't get it, this is a comedian. Okay. He is a stand-up comedian who has a TikTok channel. He is not serious. This is a joke.
Now I need to
but or the earth is a castle. The pottery one is very good.
Well, now we're evolving. This is where these are the ones.
Now we're showing the TikTok Congress.
Where I discovered him was at the start of the whole TikTok thing. Let me see.
If I pinned like right to the top. One of his best TikTok one.
No, it's got the podcast.
It doesn't show like the pinned. If you do it on your phone, it's like has like the top 3.
But we'll.
This is if you've watched any of the tick. Yeah. So,
accessing the internet. Yes or no? So children can be using TikTok to be on the internet. Yes or no? So if children have access to TikTok, they have access to everything that's ever been on the internet. Is that correct? How many videos on TikTok? We don't know. Maybe 200, 300 or more. So I download TikTok onto my phone, and now I've got 300 videos on my phone. No more room on my phone. Is that correct? Yes or no? How many gigabytes is TikTok?
Babies can vote.
That's 5 gigabytes? Where do you keep it? Is TikTok capable of accessing the internet? Yes
anyway,
or no?
we will leave it.
So
this is some guy Mark. We like some guy Mark.
Some guy Mark.
So if
you should
children
follow him
have
on
access
TikTok.
to TikTok, they have access to everything.
Where he's not making any money whatsoever with his actually really good content.
Yeah.
Because TikTok is just the worst fucking thing.
But cheers to some guy Mark.
Cheers to some guy Mark. Yeah.
Well, we've devolved. What were we even talking about?
Now we're the thing I used to just make fun of like shows or streams that are just like, you're just showing other content that people have made as if somehow it's your, I don't remember. We were talking about a kid that went back to Gettysburg and his teeth are fucking floating around Lincoln or something.
AI shows that must be false. All right.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Toast
to toast.
Cheers. Are you going to, are we going to listen to more Art Bell, or are you just going to tell us a joke? Should we listen
Well, you've got a lot of drink to drink.
Oh, I do.
I've got a lot of drink to drink.
More art.
I mean, we could just talk about whatever stuff.
No.
Okay.
Of 72, we teleported from New Jersey to New Mexico, spent an entire summer there, and then they set the device so that when we teleported back to the East Coast, we arrived about an hour after we had originally left.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
You can actually do that on airplanes. You can get, well, maybe you can't, but theoretically, you could be traveling so fast in an airplane with time zones.
Okay, yeah.
You would be, like, the time would be before you left.
I feel like it's not, come on, Paul.
Even though we had spent the entire summer in New Mexico. So I
remember if you have time travel vacations,
yes,
why would you just not return from your vacation like a minute after you left? And then other people don't even know that you had a vacation.
Okay. But maybe we don't know how time travel works. So like if you spend an hour hunting dinosaurs, like does that mean you have to is time spent in whatever other time relative to I don't know the rules. I don't understand quantum retangled figures.
But what I'm saying is
you are spending that time. Like if you
Yeah.
just spent 20 years on your time travel vacation,
Yes,
you're going to
for
come back
sure.
and everyone's like, "Oh, you look 20 years older." Like that's going to happen.
Right.
What I'm saying is, like, let's say you wanted to get away.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm saying maybe the physics, like maybe just the actual physics of time travel, you can't do that.
You can't
Like-
you can't return 5 minutes after you left.
That it's somehow because of, like this is a technology that you and I, we're not physicists. We don't know. We're small town bird lawyers. We don't know how this works. But also there's a super chat.
That's right. It's just a thanks from Bridget.
Oh.
Thank you, Bridget.
You are
and
welcome.
and thank you for sending us
Yes.
the toothy X-ray that clearly is just an enlargement.
That was tremendous work and we do appreciate it. We
The
appreciate
sleuthing
super
was
chat.
excellent. Better than Lee Strobel. I
You
will
are now
say.
in my top 5 favorite people who contribute to this stream because you sent pictures and went. I'm not going to say who the other 4 are.
I feel like I might have just got bumped out though.
Just saying, Bridget, if you want to start a stream, I'm open. Bird law. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So maybe somehow the math, the physics, the science of it works that if you travel back in time for 3 hours, when you come back, it's like you have to, it's like there's a time deficit. There's a thing that has to be paid. There's a whatever. It's like you can't just travel back to 5 minutes in the future. It's like, no. You have to travel. That time has to have elapsed in, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Well,
Possibly, because I don't know how it works. So maybe that's the way it works.
I feel like that's a little post hoc at this point.
Well, that's what he's positing.
Well, that's okay. All right. So he's still wasting his time travel vacations at Gettysburg. That's not where
It's
I
not a
would-
vacation ball. He's a government employee.
No, but this was the special. That's what he's talking about. Dad gave me these special treats.
I feel like his dad doesn't really know what kids are into.
Maybe not.
He's not a
Well, his dad had gone and he thought it was great.
yeah.
When
his
I was
dad
young.
should have just bought him a pack of Pokemon cards, but instead we're sending you to fucking Gettysburg. I guess it was the '60s. He wasn't sending him Pokemon cards, but
Well,
Led Zeppelin,
but maybe when he traveled to 1991, he saw some
maybe.
of those
Hey,
cards.
Dad, I know we can make a shit ton of money, like so much money.
Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards. Paul does need a coffee table fund. Lael?
Now you're time traveling into the future. The fax machine hasn't even arrived yet.
I'm sorry. I'm
About
ruining
9
the
months older
illusion.
biologically than my ostensible chronological age established historically, because I was slipstreamed for those 3 summers.
All right. I would like to ask about your trip back to Arizona. You
Is it time
said,
travel?
Oh wait, you can
back to the dinosaurs.
dinosaurs.
Yes.
Really?
I am glad we stayed on now.
See? Okay. So
We're
gonna-
finally asking about the dinosaurs.
Well,
Lael writes, Paul still needs a coffee table fund, right? Well, you mean a coffee
Yeah.
table defense fund.
Paul Shannon needs a coffee table fund, which can be donated to via this channel super chat hashtag Team Coffee Table.
Right.
Hashtag Team Coffee Table if you stand for decency, the American way,
And clutter.
apple pie.
If you
What's
stand
right?
for clutter.
Every goddamn house in North America has a coffee table. Every right-speaking person. If you had a coffee table, all these cans wouldn't have to be on your desk. They'd be on the coffee table.
They would be no. This is all unacceptable. This is a workspace, Dave.
I have so much I could say about that, but I won't.
Fair enough. So a hashtag Team Paul for the coffee table defense fund.
Hashtag Team Dave for
Team Shannon.
well, you
Team
know.
Dave is the pro whatever the
Team Dave is for pro pissing Paul off.
yeah.
let's time to call a spade a spade.
All right. So we also have a super chat from Scuzzbopper.
Scuzz Bopper. $1.99. The clock in San Dimas is always running. See? That's right. Yes. Yes.
And super thank you to Melody Kate,
Melody Kate.
who donated
Longtime
a
friend of the
very
show.
generous
Yep.
$19.99 for just to say just
Just for
Jabi.
us being here. Just
So thank you, Melody.
look at us.
But you people aren't letting me get to the dinosaurs.
Ah, fuck your dinosaurs.
There's dinosaurs
Just keep giving us
now.
money.
All right. TC writes, if you had time traveled through a wormhole that had one opening in the past and
Yep.
one in your present,
With you so far?
then time would pass regularly on both sides, no matter which you were on. That supports your theory.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying. So,
Well, if that's the mechanics of it, I guess I understand.
yeah.
But if the mechanics are some other way, then they were stupid. So that's all I'm saying.
What? It's a little. This is the line? Getting real judgy here all of a sudden.
Ooh, sudden shade on the line.
Yeah, well.
All right. I'm finding about Lael.
Yes.
I'm never gonna find out about these dinosaurs.
You are never. Me and the chat are going to conspire.
It's on the thumbnail. We need to find out.
You're never going to hear about it. Because the super chat's just going to keep rolling in.
I can't read this one.
Lael, if you had a coffee table. I feel like you should read the rest of it. I can't see it, Paul, from where I am.
If you had S coffee table, I assume it's supposed to be A. If you had a coffee table, you could use it to time travel, and I don't understand that sentence. But I have been enjoying beverages.
That's because you don't have a coffee table.
Oh.
If you had a coffee table, you'd get it, Paul.
If let me steel man this. Let me imagine the best possible version of this super chat.
Yeah.
That if I had a coffee table, I could use it to time travel.
Yeah.
Then I might be interested in that. Would be a game changer for me on my opinions about coffee tables. But would the clutter also time travel with me?
No.
The clutter. Where does the clutter go when you time travel?
Pocket dimensions.
Really? Because that actually would be great.
Yeah. This is the shit you could have if you had a coffee table, but you're so fucking close-minded about it.
No one has a time travel cluttered alternate dimension. If I can, someone can prove to me that that there is a coffee table that I can get that would send the clutter to alternate dimensions.
Yeah.
I would entertain that conversation.
I can prove it. I personally guarantee it. Buy
No.
a coffee table, and I promise.
No.
Paul, I promise. The clutter will go to alternate dimensions.
No, we're not working on promise situations. I need demonstrations.
It only works with your own personal coffee table.
Well, okay, so then I will buy one and put it in your home.
Okay.
And then you could demonstrate it, and then I would transport it. You with your teleportation magic.
I mean, I still
Can
get a free
transport
coffee
it.
table out of this, so I don't. Yeah, I mean, yes, when you do this, you will see that what I am saying is true. And
If it doesn't work, then you owe me the money back for the coffee table.
sure, whatever. I feel like you're used to dealing with more honest people.
So Carol Ann writes.
Carol Ann writes, oh my goodness, so many hashtags. Hashtag coffee table. Hashtag America for some reason. Hashtag feathery dinosaurs and other measurements as well. America. Yeah.
And Timothy Harmon.
Hashtag Shannon coffee table. Yes. $5 to the coffee. There's like $15 to the coffee table fund right there, Paul.
I feel like the
And we need to go back to all of your streams.
How expensive would be an alternate dimension time traveling coffee table? I feel like that's
$60 at IKEA.
it's the Gutenfjorg.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
can get some meatballs
It's the
while you're there.
It's the Gutenfjorg.
Yeah.
And damn it. I want dinosaurs.
No,
Fuck
skeptic
all
and
y'all.
scoundrels.
Fuck all y'all.
We are never, if I have my way, we are never going to hear about these dinosaurs.
Even if I have to do it on my own time after the stream, I'm going to find out what happened to these dinosaurs. You can read this one.
Skeptics and Scoundrels has super chatted, as all of you should, to say, nothing to say, just here to fluster Paul. Winky face emoji. Don't do that anymore. You're going to give yourself a stroke.
Yikes. I want to find out. Oh,
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to find out what happens to these
This stream
dinosaurs.
is the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Hashtag coffee
Oh, this is
table
for me.
defense fund.
Hashtag coffee table defense fund. Also, indefinite dino delay. Damn it. So this is partially for me, partially not.
Yeah.
Art is asking about the dinosaurs.
Are you pro or against? So you don't have a coffee table either, Jason?
Oh, I can get to the dinosaurs now. No super chats came in.
You know, Paul.
What was Arizona like then?
Well,
What was Arizona like then? What was Arizona like then?
Well, there were Masons.
What was Arizona like then? 100 million years ago, I interacted.
Paul. Art Bell's talking. Shut your fucking mouth. Shh. I want to
What
hear
was
Arizona
like then? Well, the
It was red sand and rocks.
yeah, you know, there was no Las Vegas.
Fuck.
I first did a jump via the chronovisor array that was at the General Manufacturing Company facility in Convent Station. 2 boys had come into the lab on their Stingray bicycles. Two of my
We're just getting plugs for various brands at this point. Damn it.
mage peers
Right.
on their Stingrays, so that they moved the chronovisor in to what was becoming the
dinosaur talk.
building that was undergoing historical renovation to become the Morristown.
You know what
Performing
I
Arts
love?
Center.
What was so?
I love that.
Listen, I want to get.
Andrew Belayak is also on Team Indefinite Dinosaur Delay. Yeah.
Like, no, I know. I tried to take that back, Nova Saber, but I understand that I said words that were
Whatever. They're pretty fucking close.
Phoenix. There was Phoenix at the time. I understand what Arizona is. Let's get back to the dinosaurs. What was Arizona like? And now he's talking about, well, there was kids riding bicycles in my town in the modern day.
Oh, Roger Wetzel.
Thank you, Roger, for the $5
So I
donation.
feel bad. I have to buy a break so bad.
Oh,
and
do
when
you?
I leave away, you're going to be able to just listen to your dinosaur.
Do you
chat
see
and know
Roger's
something.
do you see Roger's avatar there?
Yes. Yeah.
I drew that.
I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very nice. I don't have one.
No, you don't, because
No, I don't.
of this kind of shenanigans.
Racist.
Our J Victor.
To be fair, I do have a very nice polar bear.
You do.
That I still use in various things that you made for me.
Coffee tables can open a window to the past.
Yes.
As the piles of magazines in every doctor's waiting room demonstrates.
Just one of the many advantages that coffee tables provide.
Yes. So this is actually so funny. Too Young to Feel This Old. Las Vegas is in Nevada, Paul. So speaking of Vice Rhino, I'm possibly telling Vice Rhino secrets at this point, so no one tell him.
Everybody tell them right now.
Vice Rhino learned early on that if he deliberately makes mistakes,
I mean, I do it all the time. Yeah.
that it actually increases, for YouTube engagement.
Yes.
It's actually great.
It's great. Okay, I have to go or I'm going to...
All right, I get to now hear about dinosaurs and no one can stop me. Except Art and his guest.
Beautiful theater there in historical Morristown, which also happened to be my place of birth. Beautiful colonial era city. My second chronovisor probe was from that chronovisor, and it was to a hot, red earth, humid Arizona environment in what we later learned from Jack Pruitt, who was running us through the chronovisor probes, was in 100 million BC. And what I experienced is standing on the stage there in Morristown. We had a couple warnings. Then the hologram was turned on.
Okay.
And I suddenly found myself standing on a red earth ridge, sort of the kind of soil that we find around Sedona, Arizona. Very beautiful rust red environment.
Right.
Get to the
And it was
dinosaurs,
very hot, and I
man.
was walking up this hill. I started to just explore up the trail. And when I got to the crest line, I looked in this grassy valley over on my right, and there were 2 huge long-necked dinosaurs that were chomping on what looked like blades of grass that were, let's say, 20 feet tall.
No, long net. First of all, brachiosaur or something. No, and they weren't eating grass.
And then I just was thunderstruck at what I was looking at.
Da 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 da. Thunder.
And then everything around me began to fade like a chalk painting on a sidewalk in Paris. What was that movie? I think Mary Poppins depicted something like that. But everything, just all the color around me just started to fade. And then I experienced about
Spoilers for Mary Poppins also.
90 seconds of being enshrouded in this field of supercharged particles called scintillation.
No,
And
we want to hear about the dinosaurs, not what happened to you when you saw the dinosaurs and got sucked back.
Would see the other children popping into view as black body emanations at first, an elbow, a kneecap, an arm, a leg, a head, and then all of the scintillation would stop, almost like a
beer, just in
a
case we're
visual
still going to
pattern
be
when you have
arguing
a
about
migraine,
dinosaurs for a
kind of the
while.
shimmer.
Did you hear?
No, I didn't hear any of this.
Okay. So, after a long description of him standing on the platform and how this all
What was
works,
Arizona like?
he didn't ever say.
Oh,
So he gets there.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was grassy.
okay.
Grassy. So it was green and lush and grassy. I guess I was so angry about. So then he got there and he walked a little ways from where the platform was that he got dropped off on, and down there he saw two long-necked dinosaurs. I guess.
Okay.
No, you know what?
Probably brontosauruses.
That doesn't exist.
Brontosauruses?
Brontosaurus is not
What?
real. This Brachiosaurus.
I've seen them
No,
in museums.
there's no Brontosauruses anymore.
I saw a bunch of them.
Though I think we time traveled.
Calgary Zoo has
It's
one.
my understanding that we time traveled back and got rid of the Brontosaurs and changed them to Brachiosaurs. It's like a retcon. You remember in
You know what I love
in the
about
Rick
that?
and in the Rick and Morty when they had the
Yes.
retcon? It
Yes.
always was. This is what always
Always
was.
was.
There never was a Brontosaurus, Dave.
Yeah, I know, and you know that I know that, and you know that I'm saying it specifically
Correct,
to wind
to make
you
me
up.
angry.
But you can't help yourself.
No, I can't. No.
This is why we're good friends.
Mm-hmm. So the
Is Brontosaurus is legitimate now?
No.
Vishaji says.
that can't be real. Otherwise, my
Did it
world's
come back
gonna blow up.
around? Well, I mean, whatever. It was. It's like Pluto. Is it a planet? Isn't it a planet? You know, it comes and goes.
I guess it still exists, whether it's a planet.
Maybe
or not.
Brontosaurus has come back.
Maybe
Maybe that's cutting edge anthropological. Brontosaurus is in
the
Diplodocus family. That's Latin for cool ass dinosaurs that are real.
So, fine. I don't care. The point is that Andrew saw long-necked dinosaurs, and I was
Yeah.
going to apologize to the chat because
Yeah.
when you are 6,
Yes.
I'm willing to actually cut you some slack that was just that you're just calling it a long-necked dinosaur.
Did you ever have any of those like
Everyone.
wooden dinosaur bone models?
No,
when you were a
actually
kid?
didn't.
I used to get a bunch at the gift shop at the Calgary Zoo when I was a kid. You know what I'm talking about? The
I
ones
do.
that's like the skeletons that are like wood that you put
Yeah.
together.
So, as a Mennonite boy, dinosaurs are only found on Noah's Ark.
Okay. I also feel like Saskatoon just didn't have as many of those as like
No, it didn't.
like we didn't have the dinosaur park that Calgary had.
No, because Alberta is home of like many
Yes.
dinosaur finds.
Big deal in Alberta.
Yeah,
right?
Saskatchewan not so much. So
No. Tyrrell Museum, if anyone's ever in Alberta,
But-
absolutely worth checking out.
so Andrew witnessed 2 long-necked dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm willing to whatever their classifications were.
Who the fuck is Andrew?
He saw them.
Yeah.
They were eating grass.
Okay. Because Arizona was very grassy at
Arizona's
that
grass.
time.
Yes, Brontosaurus. Clearly, how much grass would a long-necked dinosaur, a brachiosaur, brontosaur have to eat? A lot.
A huge amount. Yeah.
To get the calories that thing would need. No, they're not eating grass.
No. I mean, I assume it would, if it was just around and grass was there, it would probably eat some grass.
I mean, yes, maybe. I don't know, but I don't think. I'm gonna yawn now. Better have some more caffeinated beverage. This doesn't feel real to me. But then he's
What?
so
What? Paul, if you're going to stand here and
Sit
in
here.
some way intimate that Andrew Baylock's testimony
Eyewitness testimony.
is incorrect, then, sir, I'm going to have to ask you. So now we've just gone to. Yeah. Anyways, this is
This will
true.
never happen
You've
again.
never seen dinosaurs. He saw dinosaurs, and they eat grass.
Fair enough.
Brontosaurus says
Here's the thing.
eat grass. We missed a super chat.
But then he spent all of 12 seconds describing the dinosaurs.
Right. Yeah.
Then he spent 2.5 minutes describing how immediately he'd been called back
Okay.
and what happened in the various phasings, what his eyes experienced as he was getting
So I
sucked
assume we
back.
didn't get any kind of like hardcore details about the dinosaurs
No.
that could or could not be confirmed.
No,
or,
all we got was long neck eating grass, and then I got sucked back.
And then they got sucked back.
All right.
J. Victor, super chats. Strange how the farther he went from the present, the more vague his descriptions get. I could be convinced he's making it all up. Well, J. Victor, I feel sad that you have so little, romance in your soul. Because, believe this man. Or, is it not possible that all of this is bullshit and he's just making it up? Yeah.
All right, let me see if there's more. If there's not more dinosaur talk, I might just need to rage quit this stream.
Go away, and there we were back in fall of 1970.
So in
New Jersey.
in linear time, you were probably there how long?
On that one, the scene faded, so I had to be in fewer than 15 minutes. If we were in
If you were there for 15 minutes, you saw more than just some eating grass.
You don't know that.
I guess you know how long the grass eating takes.
Yeah. Like, have you ever watched actual cows? They'll eat grass for fucking hours.
Dairy farm.
Yeah.
I grew up. Yeah.
Did you grow up in a dairy farm?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought you grew up in
Well,
Saskatoon.
I mean, so I spent summers at the dairy
Yeah,
farm
fair enough. Yeah.
because my parents didn't want to see me in summertime.
I had also, so my uncle was a rancher, but it was like cows being raised for beef, not dairy. Yeah.
So I've milked the cows and plucked the chickens.
I
and
did
done
milk
all
some
the
cows,
things.
but it was only, the milk was only for like, we would drink it
Oh.
on the farm. It was just for us. Like, so literally you'd milk it.
Gotcha,
Like,
no.
It wasn't like the full mass produced. Yeah.
country, so to speak, if we were in situ
Grass evolved
for
55
more than
Did
15
grass
minutes,
only evolve
a
55
density
million years
effect
ago?
would occur, and they would have to insert a portal into the hologram.
Grass,
And
it's
that
my
was
understanding, is
indicated
actually
on
a
our
later
end by
evolution.
sort of a soccer goal-like contraption that we were trained to
But I
run
didn't know it was
towards
that
and run
recent.
through
I sure don't
to
know
be
what
sucked up
paleobotany
in the
to
mortal tunnel and brought back
To challenge.
to offer an
Jersey
informed opinion of
by
any
a
kind
a
on when
teleport that
grass.
they'd opened up at the back
It just
of a
feels like
dinosaur
something that's been
tunnel.
around forever, but I mean, there's
I
no reason
just-
other than grass is ubiquitous.
I forgot to pause Andrew. Now we've lost the details on the.
Yeah, we're just super not listening to him.
Well, I wanted to hear about the dinosaur story.
I don't care about the dinosaur story. I actually do. That's not fair. Vishanti. Just when I thought I saw dinosaurs, they pull me back in. I'm not a very good impression. I apologize.
It's in the ballpark.
I will say that is one of both Paul and I are huge fans of
The Godfather.
the Godfather trilogy. Even the third, there's
Actually, yeah.
things in the 3rd that I really like.
Actually, there are.
Like Sofia Coppola, yeah, okay, whatever. There's a lot of stuff that's like whatever, but there's stuff in it I like it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Andy Garcia.
I 100%
Yeah.
will say, yeah, Godfather 3 is one of the most underrated films.
I wish they had done a Godfather 4 with Garcia.
yeah, actually,
it was one of those things that was always kicked
They
around.
clearly
and just
set it
never
up.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brain cramp. Mere drinks away. How many drink from a Toast to Toast episode 1 remake?
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, we're actually quite a ways away from that.
yeah, actually, I
it
am.
would.
Because that involves shots and tequilas and things.
Yeah, I've currently had 6 of these delicious craft beers. I had over 18 shots that night.
I didn't count.
I did. It's
We don't speak of it.
fuck. I got so not.
All right, so are we going to the bottom of the hour? Is that what's happening?
I guess so.
All right.
in a defunct New Jersey amusement park.
It doesn't suck.
I think
Web.
it
You
may
should
have been
watch
the
it.
amusement park Bertram's Island, but in any case, there was a fake dinosaur tunnel with a metal dinosaur. we would run towards in the time space place we were, what I like to call a time place. Okay, wherever we were, if we were in for more than 15 minutes under chronovision, we would run towards that apparatus, feel a kind of a tugging into a tunnel-like effect, continue to run into deeper and deeper sand, and then we would realize we were in the dinosaur tunnel at the abandoned New Jersey amusement park, and we would wait there for about 10 minutes. And
Tell me, Paul, as a former Calgarian, both of us, having spent many years of our lives living in Calgary, what are your thoughts on both the dinosaur park
At the zoo?
Of the zoo, and the Royal Tyrrell Museum?
Well,
Super different things.
yeah. So, and have you? So, in the time I lived in Calgary, they redid 100. They completely redid from scratch the dinosaur park. I don't know.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw it?
Been 3 years ago.
Okay, so you
something
saw
like
the
that. Yeah.
more modern version. It is. Boy, it's
I
like,
like the old one better.
oh, I actually didn't even really get to see the old one, but it looked like it was cheesy.
It was cheesy, but you could get. They didn't have like all the fences and stuff, so you could actually like, go like climb around and be like. It was still cheesy. Like the plastic,
Right.
the dinosaurs did not look nearly as real and stuff. Yes,
Right.
that part's true.
I mean, one is a museum with both actual fossils
yeah,
and replicas of actual fossils from some other museums, versus just artistic 3D artistic renditions
Yes.
of a
dated
dated
renditions.
artistic renditions of
but
a
with like genuine, sort of like written things of real dinosaur facts. Like it's still like a government ran zoo, so like they're attempting to be educational.
right, but it's the same thing as like, so you can go to the Air and Space Museum in Texas.
You can't breathe in space.
Yeah, that's why they have a museum dedicated to
There's an
it.
aerospace museum. There's no aerospace.
So you go to the Aerospace Museum
Yeah.
in Texas versus someone's homemade rocket ship,
Right.
or a rocket ship at like at the pizza place where the kids can crawl around in it.
Yeah.
Those are like, they're not similar, not intended to be similar experiences.
No. I think the dinosaur park does. This is so great. Nobody has any fucking idea what we're talking about now. There's Calgary there's a city in called Calgary.
Everyone knows the Calgary Zoo.
Yeah, Calgary Zoo. So the Calgary Zoo is actually it's kind of like San Diego, where it's a zoo that like it hits above for the size of the city of Calgary. It's like this zoo is
It's
impressive.
As my understanding, it's in the top among the best museum or zoos in North
It's probably
America.
like top 10 zoos in North America.
Probably.
But part of it is they have this huge area. Like you can spend hours walking around it, and it is a recreation. It's called Dinosaur Park, whatever. Where you walk around, it's like they kind of try to recreate what the world would have looked like at that time, including like fake plants, fake landscape, fake plastic dinosaurs, and you can walk around and sort of look as if you were at a zoo at these dinosaurs doing dinosaur-y things. And they have, little placards, as zoos do, where you can read and see, instead of seeing a fact about a Bengal tiger, you're seeing a fact about a velociraptor, and this is how they lived and how we assume, like based on our current understanding.
Right.
This is how we think they lived and went, and here's we'll show a pack.
And setting aside that half of the year in Calgary there's snow.
Yes, the zoo is essentially shut for half the year because it's in Canada, so the winter lasts 6 fucking months.
But I've been to the Dino Park when there's been snow on the ground, and that
Yeah.
does take away from the illusion for sure.
From the illusion, yes. Yeah.
Anyway,
There's also, within Alberta, not very far away from the same place, the Royal Tyrrell Museum, which is in Drumheller,
my happy place. I would. It's just a happy place for me.
which is a mecca amongst paleontology. Like, so that is where there is a huge number of actual fossils, dinosaur bones,
Right.
You
Many
know,
of which found on the grounds.
Yeah, and many currently active dig sites where research is being done, new things are being discovered, paleontologists are working.
And you can actually watch paleontologists work because
Yeah.
they have actually a glass area where you get to see.
And you can go tour around the Badlands. Like there's like you can walk at a walking tour where you can be
Yep.
like, yeah, you can go out and see these sites. And the Royal Tyrrell Museum, if you were interested in paleontology and like the ancients of the world, is one of the preeminent, I would think, in the world exhibits
Right.
for that kind of.
Despite the
thing.
fact that all the gas stations have paper mache dinosaurs near.
Well, like the Badlands are a whole other thing, and the giant dinosaur you can climb up and be in the jaw and stuff. But the Royal Time Museum itself, and it keeps growing and going, is if you're interested in, paleontology, dinosaur bones, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a fantastic place.
It is a happy place for me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
highly recommend it. Every child in Alberta goes there as a school trip at some point or another, and probably more than once. Yeah.
Van would show up and drive us back to the time lab in Morristown.
When was your last time travel experience?
All right, we're not going to talk about dinosaurs anymore. He's moved
Yeah.
on. What was Arizona like? Didn't talk about Arizona or
I
dinosaurs.
feel so sad for you, Paul. Yeah.
And then Art's like, well, I'm not going to get anything about dinosaurs now. When was the last time you did
To be fair
time
to most
travel?
people, probably the Gettysburg Address is more interesting than
No.
to most
whom?
people. The Americans.
Really?
This is the man who freed the slaves.
All right, well, I feel like people are abandoning us now.
Yeah. We were bamboozled, Fichetti. Again. It's like this fucking Stargate fiasco.
Yep.
Bridget. A bit of change to not spend on tables. Good night. Good night to you.
Good night, Bridget. And
I
with
feel like
that,
we're winding down.
yeah, I feel like we should probably wind this one down. We are almost at the 4-hour mark, which is probably too long.
Well, not as long as our last stream.
Maybe not too long, but it's probably on the outer edge of
We could just talk about whatever while we finish
Prime
our drinks.
while I finish my
Should we
drink.
throw it out to a little Q&A? If anyone in chat wants to ask us a question, we might or might not. I'm not promising we'll answer everything, but throw a question out there.
Well, maybe, are you going to
Well,
tell
we
us a
could-
joke?
I'll tell a joke. Are we doing that now? I feel like we should wait till like the actual end. Is this the end?
This is the end, my friend.
The only end, my friend. Nah, it's fun. Okay, I got a joke. So, right, because I said I was the... okay, this is the joke that reminded me of before. This wasn't the joke I was going to tell, but it's the joke I'm going to tell
Well,
now.
you started the
Yeah.
show in Saskatoon.
Yeah. So,
Put yourself on camera at least.
I'm sorry. Okay. Two priests are driving in a car down the street.
Okay.
And up ahead, there is a big, all kinds of sirens and police, not sirens, lights flashing. And they get pulled over. It's a traffic stop.
Okay.
And they pull over on the side of the road and roll down the window, and a police officer walks up and they say, "What's going on?" They're like, "Well, we're sorry, fathers. This is just a traffic choke point.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the hunt for some child molesters."
Oh.
And the priests kind of look at each other, and they say, "All right, we're in."
That was good, actually.
You like that one?
That's really good, actually. That's a good one.
Yeah. So we got a question here, Paul.
Yeah. So,
Are you a member of Mensa?
so I am not. So you have to apply to be in Mensa.
Yeah. No, not a dad joke.
Do I? How do I answer this?
The dad joke was earlier. It was the tachyon joke. That was the dad joke. Yeah.
I don't want to. So I will just. I'm going to leave it at. I'm not a member of Mensa.
Yeah.
I could give a longer answer to that, but I will just leave it.
I am also not a member of Mensa.
Okay.
And I could also give a longer answer.
Neither of us are members of Mensa
Nope.
because membership, the politics.
I just don't care. It never even
Yeah.
occurred to me.
Yeah.
I would qualify for it. I never. Yeah.
All right. Well, Dave's going out. He's going out on a limb there. All right. So on that note, let's clear that off thing. So we now have to. Now I guess tomorrow you'll crash here tonight.
Well, it made me laugh. It's not a dad joke. It's a father joke. Because
Yeah, I get it. That's actually quite clever.
that
Well
is
done,
very
Webb.
clever. That's very good. That's very good. Yeah. That's
Yes.
It's the only
Copper.
question anyone has for us, whether or not
That's right.
you're in
And,
Mensa.
and-
not even me. It's just whether or not you're in Mensa. Nobody gives two shits about what I do. Yeah.
Well, they just assumed you were maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we need to tomorrow. I guess you can crash here tonight.
Okay.
I guess tomorrow we need to work on getting you back to Saskatoon.
Well, today.
Yeah. So I guess we'll work on that,
Yeah.
and we'll see you guys next time, when hopefully Dave will be back where he belongs.
I don't know, Merlin. It just happens. The thing is, I'm not going to be able to teleport back. I'm probably going to have to take boring old fucking sky machines.
We can put you on a train.
Can we?
Yeah, you can get on. You have to drive down.
You know
to the
what's
States.
crazy? Have you ever looked at train tickets?
Yes.
It's like it's as much as fucking flying.
No,
and it's like it's going to take 4 days and be $1,200. You're like, why the fuck would I ever? But it's because like CNCP, the two, they make significantly more money transferring cargo.
Yeah.
It's like the old fuck off price for contractors, right? Where you're like, I'm already so busy, and someone's like, well, what would it be to wire my house? It's like, $25,000. I'm giving you a price. I don't want to just say no. I don't want work, so I'm going to give you a quote that's so high you'll say no. But if you do say yes, it's like, well, it's worth my time to do this.
Yeah.
That's rail travel in Canada. We
Yeah.
don't have an Amtrak or anything.
And that's
like that.
why
Yeah.
I have done the cross country. That was actually what I was about to say. Was I would drive you into the States to have you. So I've traveled on rail a few times, and that is what you do. You just literally drive to the border, do the train travel, and then come back up because
It doesn't work on the other side because where I live is not close to the border.
Oh yeah, so if you go from Calgary to
Yeah.
other places, it's close enough.
Yeah, if I was in like Medicine Hat or
Yeah.
Lethbridge, that would be great.
All right. Well, these are names that no one cares about.
Nope.
So
You have a drink left.
good night, everybody, and we will see you next time.
And that's the end of our show.
Later.
Bye.